democracy in a representative republic is supposed to work. We elect the people to our legislature, to our executive branch. They're appointed, the appointments to the Supreme Court. I just get back to the checks and balances that have worked for so long. The Supreme Court's not meant to be a legislative body. The legislature is not meant to be an audience to the president's executive orders. At the gubernatorial level, there needs to be more accountability on what has gone wrong in this state instead of passing it on to the next generation of leadership or blaming it on the prior. Sit down with both parties and figure out what's wrong and then find a solution together instead of just simply blaming others for the problem and not solving it in the first place.
Great insight. Well, Jake, thank you so much for your time. Thanks for being here tonight, and we look forward to seeing what happens. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you.
All righty. Emerald, we are back to you.
Yeah, it's good to hear, and talk about the issues that are important to people who support the candidates and why they're out there. A lot of people don't get engaged in the political process, but people who do, it's interesting to hear, what drove them out to places like that watch party tonight. Allison, the polls are closing. It'll take a little while to start getting results in. We are going to be watching for those. And I know, Allison, you're going to be moving around talking to more people, so we'll let you go find some of those people right now while we talk to a couple other guests in the meantime. But you let us know anytime you want to pop in and you have somebody to talk to, and we will come straight to you, Allison. Thanks so much. We'll see you in just a minute.
Thanks, Emma.
And speaking of those polls closing, they have now closed in both Minnesota and Wisconsin. If we're looking historically as to when we might get some answers, we start seeing those results come in about usually, just after 9 p.m. Eastern. So we should be starting to see some results very soon. But we can also glean some information from exit polls. Oh, there we go. We've got some coming in. We're going to keep those up on the screen as we welcome in the People's Pundit, Rich Barris, who has served as a pollster for Mike Lindell to help us understand what we're looking at and what we can expect. And I hope, Rich, you can join us throughout the night. Rich, can you let now to get his thoughts on Minnesota's primaries, as well as some of the other primaries across the country. We saw that special election in South Carolina come in, the results. Darlene Graham, of course, performed the best, right, which was sort of expected, but it does go to a runoff where election as well. Rudy, what about your thoughts for the night? You've been a long time Mike Lindell guy too. You've been with the network and you've been a friend of Mike's for a long time. Just your initial thoughts. The early vote is in now. We knew that would probably go for Lisa DeMuth. No surprising there. We do have the results. I'm coming in real time at lindelltv.com. I'll remind people of that. You're a veteran election guy, Rudy. What are you seeing? Good to see you.
Well, I mean, it's way too early to make any conclusion. Yeah. The only way you could even attempt a conclusion at what you have now is if you really knew specifically where all this came from, what's coming, and even that, it's too early to make a determination. I'm pretty confident Mike is going to finish first. It seemed that way from all the polling. It seemed that way from the enthusiasm level. So, I mean, the real issue here is if he comes in first or second. Nobody's going to. No, it isn't. He has to. This is a plurality state, so he's got to pull ahead. He will. I'm pretty certain he will.
There's a lot of talk. I mean, this is a midterm election cycle, right? And we're going to see what happens as far as Republicans for the House and Senate. But already, as you know, we start talking about 2028. We're already sort of talking about the next presidential cycle in which, although President Trump will be a looming figure and a kingmaker, he won't be on the ballot. You have been in this. You have been there with President Trump in New York. You've been there as he became a Republican and ran. Where does the party go post-Trump? Because you and I both know, while the general public might not be having that conversation in a great way, all the politicos behind the scenes in the DMV and in New York and the Excella corridor certainly are. So where does the party go?
It is very hard for a party to pick up after a Ronald Reagan. The fact that this might not be a national movement, the fact that it's gotten this far is very dangerous. And we are fighting in many ways for our survival, the survival of our civilization. The communists and the Islamic extremists joined together on the idea that they want to destroy Western civilization. And America, of course, is the biggest example of Western civilization. And they're doing a pretty good job in England, and they're doing a pretty good job in France, and they're doing a pretty good job in Germany. And they're further along there in trying to make them Muslim countries. And here in America, people are afraid to say that. They're afraid to say it. But all you're doing is relying on 1,600 years of history. Go read the Quran if you want to find out if I'm exaggerating. I have several times. And look at what they're attempting to do. They're trying to take away our civilization. All of the other immigrant groups that came here wanted to be part of our civilization. They wanted to assimilate and make a little change, a little flavor, a little help, a little assistance, but they want to be essentially Americans. This is totally different. They don't want to be Americans. They don't like America.
And you know what concerns me, Mayor? I guess why I am a little more sensitive to it is, yes, look, we'll almost have to reconquer Dearborn. Like you said, you can go there and think you're in the middle of Tehran, but now they're starting to infiltrate into Texas, which is a deep red state. And, that's what you think of Texas. Texas is full Americana, right? That is, that is red, white, blue all over. So it is very concerning, the trend.
When I first heard that about Texas, I had the same reaction you did. I said, no, it can't be. Not in Texas. Okay, tell me even Arizona. but not Texas. Come on. This is California, New York, Illinois, Texas. So we have to step up. I mean, we just have to stop acting like it's not going to happen, or falling for these ridiculous things they do to try to shame us into not fighting for ourselves, into saying, "Oh gosh, if you bring up the truth about what the Quran says, you're an Islamophobe." No, I didn't write what Muhammad wrote, that you shouldn't be friends with Christians and Jews. I didn't write that. Muhammad did. They record in the Quran that he went in and destroyed an entire village of Jewish people. It's in the Quran. I mean, he wrote that, or somebody wrote it. I didn't write it, and it doesn't affect the majority of them, but it sure affects a big number that's dangerous for us and has killed an awful lot of people. And then on the other side, they're doing something that is destroying the genius of America, and it's spreading to other groups. They're not assimilating. This is why our immigration experience has always worked for us. And even illegal immigration, which has always been bad, it usually were people who wanted to assimilate, and then some bad ones. But the majority were people that were looking for a way to live, a way to grow, a way to live a better life. I'm talking about illegal immigration 30 or 40 years ago. With the Biden invasion, the balance changed. The balance changed to people knew they were going to come in without any vetting, anything looking at them. And we ended up getting the worst that we could possibly get from every one of these countries.
Look, Mayor, I am in Central Virginia, and I'm like in horse country. And even in where I am, I can walk around now in the closer to the town area. And I was somewhere just 2 days ago, and I was surrounded by burqas and hijabs. And it's just wild. And we now have the, MS-13 type problem with trafficking in schools and gang rape. And this is in horse country, Central Virginia. So we can, it is bad. The socialists are, in the more socialist areas, but it is now bleeding into other areas. And you've been one of those people. You've warned about it for a long time. You said you can't sit on your heels and just expect that we're going to be okay. You've, to your credit, you tried to warn people a long time ago, but a lot of people did not listen. So hopefully they wake up now. Yeah. Mayor, it's so good to see you. Thanks for jumping into our watch party. We're having such a good time with Mike. Yes, I was looking, as I was looking down, I didn't want you to think I wasn't paying attention to you. There's some early vote totals that came in just now. Rich Barris is keeping me updated. And looks like the Beltrami area came in for Mike Lindell, as well as Olmsted. And this is early vote. We're not talking about election day. So that's a good sign, came in for Mike Lindell. So we're keeping close watch on that. We'll also let you know, remember, you can watch the mayor every day, Monday through Friday, right here on LindellTV.com at 4 p.m. Eastern. And I think I like that time slot the best, because it's a great time slot for you, Mayor. You made that move about a month ago, and it works out so well because so much is happening.
I'm enjoying it.
Able to get right to it. Good.
Thank you. Great job as usual.
Thanks, so much. Thanks, Mayor. We'll catch up soon. All right. Standing by, of course, at the watch party. We're just going to keep ping-ponging back and forth. Some of our favorite Lindell TV people, and then we'll go back to the watch party. So let's head back to the watch party right now, where Allison Steinberg is standing by with Patrick Kolbach. You'll recognize him. He's a regular contributor right here on LindellTV.com. He works with Mike Lindell, and he's been I wouldn't say maybe an official part of the campaign, but he's been working closely with the campaign. We will go to break first. Okay, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and then we'll go back to the watch party live. Stay tuned.
Welcome to Vocal, the free speech social app that gives you a platform to amplify your voice. Speak freely, connect boldly, and be part of a growing movement for truth, faith, and freedom. Want to know what's happening right now? The Now Playing feature shows you exactly who's live and what's streaming in real time. Check out the show's feed, a non-stop lineup including Lindell TV News 24/7, shows and on-demand programming all in one place. Connect with your favorite host and never miss a show. Explore the featured page for quick access to Lindell TV's top shows. Follow your favorites and watch their newest
Okay. Testing. 1, 2. Oh, very good. Very good. No wonder the mic wasn't even working. Was it not working the whole time? Crazy. Well, that's good. That wasn't. You missed all my good commentary. Every once in a while, the mic disconnects from the OBS. It's probably when OBS updates, and I think it updated, and then I probably didn't check it. Anyway, it's back. But anyway, here we are. Back to David Crowley, 146, Francesca Hong, 140. I'm now that I know you guys can't hear me. Before I was like, I'm blown away that Crowley could drop out and come back in and do this good. Seriously. But it tells you the strength of the Democrat Party machine, getting their people to stand in line. And also it speaks to how many Democrats don't want Francesca Hong in there. So that's an interesting result. I thought she was going to walk away with it. Obviously not. So what did I say? So I thought, no, I was saying she's going to beat Tom Tiffany by 4 points in November. But if she doesn't get going, I'm going to be so wrong. Hey, there's a first time for everything. Anyway, Milwaukee, there's still a lot of votes to come in, and she's really close in Milwaukee. And who knows which areas they pulled first. There's a lot of votes to go in Milwaukee, and there's a lot of votes to go overall, because we're looking at like maybe 600,000 total. So there's a lot of votes still to come in. So I mean, Crowley, let's just take a look at the green. So far, it looks like there's more green, because green is Francesca. Maybe I should see, does this mic come a little closer to the mic? The green is Francesca. We're seeing the green pop up north more, just by the green, but you do have some pink. He's pink. A lot of pinks in here. A lot of pinks. Looks like Francesca's ahead in Kenosha. Crowley is ahead in Racine. But Racine, only a few hundred votes they're counting so far. So they got a long way to go. In Milwaukee, a long way to go. So, I mean, Francesca Hong can come back from the win. This is far from over. It's only 8:50. They closed at 8 o'clock. And a lot of times you're not getting it. Sometimes by 11 o'clock. This could be over with at 11 o'clock. So what? We're going on 9. A couple more hours. It could be over with. Especially now that we see Milwaukee coming in. And the Democrats are probably all over watching, because the Democrats don't want themselves cheating their other, the Hong people don't want the Crowley people cheating them out of it. So that the Hong people are all over the polls in Madison and Milwaukee. Because here's Madison. Hong is winning in Madison 38,034. So she got him by like 4,000, 4 percentage points. So Hong's taken Madison. Tells me how many votes in Madison so far? 38 to 34, 41 to 39. She can take Milwaukee. She definitely had a better ground team. He didn't even have a ground team. Andy quit. He dropped out. So I'm having a hard time believing. I just can't. These numbers are killing me. I just didn't think it at all that he could drop out and come back in and get this many votes. I thought they'd be like, F you. But so far, it looks like they're basically neck and neck. Roughly. You know what I mean? They're within a few points and we're not even halfway there. So it's roughly neck and neck. Oh, man. Let's see. Now, maybe we can find something to...
More transparency in how the elections are being conducted. And when you start doing that kind of thing, you start getting more confidence in the election results. Frankly, I always say that there's one word solution to concerns around election integrity, and that's transparency. That's why the machines are a bad deal, because you can't peek under the hood of those. If you do, you get thrown in jail. And that's why, the issues that they've been playing with the poll challengers are giving them less and less access over to how elections actually conducted is such an important factor. And so we'll see how this pans out. If they're transparent, we should be able to trust the elections. If they're not transparent, then we're going to have to go back to the drawing board.
And can we expect some sort of a challenge if this is not called correctly, or if you feel there's any, inconsistencies there?
Well, let's see. Going into this election, I saw Mike with 6.9-point leads in pretty much all the polls except for one. So I'm expecting to see Mike coming out on top on the result of this election. See anything that's a significant departure from that, you better believe we're going to be going off and doing a detailed examination of these election results. And I think election officials are going to have to be prepared for a barrage of FOIA requests.
What would you say to Democrats who will inevitably say, oh, they just can't accept the results, they just can't take a loss? I mean, how do you get through to people like that?
Well, it's tough to talk about elections from the Democratic Party because they don't care about elections. How did Kamala Harris become their nominee? That wasn't through an election. They were electing Joe Biden, but they placed her in there. Same thing with Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton. They had these so-called superdelegates that decided to overturn whatever the result of that. So these Democrats aren't exactly experts on the democratic process. So I have a tough time, obviously reasoning from them. But there is what I hope to be some common ground, and that is on the topic of transparency. And no matter which side of the aisle you're on, when I was in the Michigan Senate, I actually got agreement with a lot of the Democrats that were diametrically opposed to anything I said on the floor. They would agree about this transparency. And so I think that's the area of some common ground.
And that's a great point you raised, because that's actually one issue that Democrats and Republicans are united on currently, and that is wanting proof of citizenship to vote in American elections and a photo ID to vote in American elections. I mean, over 80% of Americans, left and right, both want this, yet for some reason, the Republican Senate can't seem to get it done. Right.
Well, Kamala Harris said she had an issue with people having to prove their identity at the polls. So, and not all Democrats are on that page yet, but we'll see how this all pans out. But I'm Mike. He's got a great group of supporters out here. And I'll tell you, he's left it all on the line. I mean, he stepped down from my pillow to go off and run. And so if people are wondering about whether or not he's committed, there's an old expression about that ham and eggs breakfast here, about the commitment level between the pig and the hen. And the pig is committed, right? The hen, not so much. So Mike is definitely all committed, all in on this. And I think he'd make a great governor of Minnesota.
I think so too. And it's just been amazing to see how this has sort of evolved over the last several weeks. The fact that he has stepped down as CEO for MyPillow is just huge. I mean, it just goes to show the level of commitment and how much he is willing to pour into this. I think he's poured his heart into it. And I think the people see that too. I mean, I don't understand how you could be a Minnesotan and not want Mike Lindell for governor. I mean, what has Democrat leadership gotten this state thus far? It's gotten them higher taxes. It's gotten them fraud. It's gotten them, having to spend more time away from their families because they're so busy slaving away because they have to work all the time to afford to live here. I mean, they talk about affordability all the time, and Democrats seem to think the cure for affordability is communism.
Yeah.
But Mike Lindell has a great budget that he just.
All right, here's something weird. Fond du Lac County. Why is Fond du Lac having 7,000 write-ins? What they got a write-in campaign. You'd have to dig down deeper. We can find out, but right now, this second, we can't. But what we can see, just because of their little way they're doing it, that somebody got 7,000 in write-ins in Fond du Lac. Fond du Lac, what's in Fond du Lac? Indians? I don't know. Why is there 7,000 write-ins in Fond du Lac? That's interesting. Because, Francesca's like 5,000 behind overall. And there's 7,000 votes right there. Where is that 7? Who is that? Anyway, that's different.
That people find hard to believe. Unfortunately, that's a tough hurdle to get over, but it's true. And because I've done it in the state of Michigan, it's around healthcare. And a lot of people don't realize that healthcare touches every aspect of our lives. And when you look at government, you pay for the healthcare of local employees, county employees, state employees. You pay for the healthcare of teachers. You pay for the healthcare of elected officials. You pay for the healthcare of people needing medical assistance. So if you can cut the costs of healthcare without compromising care, and in fact, the key to lowering the cost of healthcare is actually improving the quality of care, which is counterintuitive to those people in government, which is why you need somebody from outside of government like Mike to come in and implement this plan. It's a big game changer. The stuff that Mike is talking about, he's almost underselling it at this point around the possibilities of healthcare. I mean, it's had the opportunity to save over 50% in a lot of the use cases that I've seen on this, because you get people focused on their primary care physician and getting to into a prevent.
All right, well, here's something. So let's use round numbers. 218, 28, 38. So 237. There's over 300 right here. 330, 340, 370, 390, 400. This is like 400,000 votes right here. And here's 220, 240, the most. And there's over 300 right here. 150 and 150 be 300. So you got 325, 30, 340, 370, 380, 90, 4. You got they're going on 500,000 votes. And the Democrats or the Republicans are only in the 250 range. So are there twice as many Democrats? This is going to be the key numbers, the overall turnout. Overall, at the end of tonight, because, if we're just doing some fast math, and so far, it's looking at their little dot system. Everyone got their dots. It's like the same counties that are reporting in for Democrats are reporting in for Republicans. So it's about the same as far as the reporting goes. So far in the reporting, the Republicans 220, 30, 240, and I'm being generous, 240. Here you got fucking 350, 60, 360, 90, 400, 415. They're at 420. I wish they had a voter total, but I'm pretty good at math. Just using round numbers, over 400,000 right here, and 250. That's 150,000 voters difference. That's a big difference. So I mean, if it just comes down to November, you're gonna have to have way more people out for Tom Tiffany, right? Because right now it looks like the Republicans, just as far as Republican votes to amount of Democrat voters, no matter who they're voting for, tomorrow, and we forgot all these low level in the total voters. Here's more total voters for the Democrats. So, and tomorrow, the Democrats are having a huge statewide unity meeting where everybody's going to show up and they're all going to do kumbaya and get behind whoever the winner is. Everybody committed to that. Fran Hong committed to it. Crowley. I didn't hear Kelda. I think Mandela did. Rodriguez is already out. These are out. But 182, 176. So that's 350, 380, 94, 415, 430. They're going on 450,000 votes. The Republicans are at 260. It's a big difference. Anyway, I just wanted to point that out.
With everybody talking about making America healthy again, I thought today'd be a great day to talk to all my fellow patriots about the importance of making your homes healthy again. Well, we have proudly partnered with airwaterhealing.com and their revolutionary whole home air purification system. The V3 from Air Water Healing does 3,000 square feet of purification. It eliminates dust, mold, viruses, and odors. But here's the part I love. They require no filters to air.
Okay, and a chunk of it was cast when other candidates, Sarah Rodriguez, Mandela Barnes, were still active. For Crowley would be if his share of that vote by mail is low for all the reasons I just said, and Hong just gets if Crowley got 20% of it and Hong got 40% of it, right? That's significant. That's significant. There's a real risk for him in that absentee ballot that's yet to be counted in his home county, in Milwaukee, the city of Milwaukee. There's a real risk for him there because a lot of that vote is coming from a time in this campaign that he was not a candidate for, or he was an afterthought of a candidate for. So that's a significant, that is significant there. That's not the only city, by the way, in Milwaukee that does it. Milwaukee is the biggest city, and they do the central count. Central count is also done in Green Bay, so you can expect a final update there where we're kind of asking the same question. Central count is also done actually up here. Yeah, what we're seeing, by the way, is a lot of these counties. Remember, we were just looking up here at Douglas County, and it looked like a lot more of the vote was in. We're adjusting the expected vote now in a lot of these counties. It's coming down. The percentage is coming down. Yeah.
So just looking at the numbers in Dane a little bit more,
Yep.
it looks like 50% of what we have in there is from the city of Madison.
Yep.
And Hong is leading that 47-34. Of the 50% outside of Madison, Crowley is leading 42-37.
Okay. Yeah. So, and we've got, yeah, and what I'm seeing in other counties too is making me wonder if this number is going to be adjusted as well. This expected vote in Dane. So we'll just zoom out. 60% is in statewide. And let me just check one thing here.
We got another update from Outagamie.
Okay. We said this could be a bellwether. Oh, wow. If you're Hong, that's a very good update. Whatever just came in there, huh?
Yep.
Now, in fact, can you believe I did not memorize we have one central count in Outagamie, so I don't think that's what it was. But So that brought, okay, so that for Hong, that knocked the margin inside of 5,000. She's exactly 1 point behind. She's doing quite well in Outagamie County. She's doing pretty well in Kenosha. Again, we identified two of these as potentially bellwethers. And so it's significant that she is ahead in
looks like
both of them. I really would like to see Winnebago County.
I should put my
we have
headphones
nothing
on.
there yet.
But it looks like
still
Hong
a lot
is
more, as we
ahead
say, in Brown, and that
Outagamie.
includes that,
Looks like this is
that
updated
vote by
more than
mail
there. Looks like
in
Hong is at 43 to 35 in Outagamie.
in Green Bay
So
will
they
come
might just
last
have
there.
Just a pinch behind this.
Sorry,
This is a good update. This
checking
map right here and the way it's
something since I
updating
can't on
is
this
going fast. And I
computer.
think it's the best one that we can find in this area to look at the numbers. So anyway, let's get back to that.
Okay. All right. So Milwaukee, we're sitting at now. By the way, again, expected vote was just dialed. The expected vote just went up in Milwaukee because remember we were at 88% in, now 80% in. So more votes. Adam, what's the statewide expected vote now?
757,000.
Okay, good. And I can now see it. I have this thing. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Josh Braun, master of all things technology. He just got me in here. Okay. So now I can finally see this and I can spare you some of these questions. Yeah. So we still, we have 6 counties, 7 counties where there's more than 10,000. There are 7 counties right now where there's more than 10,000 outstanding votes. Milwaukee is one of them. Madison is one of them. So are both Racine and Kenosha? Just Racine. Waukesha. Where else here? Portage. Yeah. But we have vote there. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What am I missing?
Portage, Winnebago.
Oh, Winnebago, right. The big empty one. Okay. These are the counties where there's more than 10,000 remaining votes. There could be a lot more in Madison. Madison is the biggest single source right now. Dane, 43,000. Currently, we think 43,000 votes remain in Dane County. Remember, these things are subject to being updated. This expected vote has really kept going up as we've gotten a clearer picture of what the election, of what the electorate looks like right here. We think about 27,000 in Milwaukee. Again, that would be that central count absentee vote that we've been talking about. Again, possibility there's more election day vote out there as well too. That's true in all these places. 19,000 or so votes here in Racine County.
Got another Dane update.
We think, okay, let's go into Dane. And now that was if you're Hong, that was a positive one. That was a much better update for her. She upped her margin in Dane now to 7,500 raw votes. That's 6 points with 83% in. Do you just have the break, Adam, of what that update was? She just won it by?
Yeah, in Dane, she won that 49 to 33.
So, okay, those are now we're getting into the kind of stuff that we were saying. This is the kind of stuff she needs out of Dane. And that just brought the Crowley number down close to 3,000. And if that kind of clip continues for Hong, there's still a lot of votes to come in Dane County. We got it. That was a big update, about 15,000 votes.
Yeah.
It was about 15,000 votes. So that did bring it down. We still have just under 30,000. We think currently about 30,000 that are left there. Again, subject to some adjustment because it has kept going up. But if she won that, if she won the remaining 30,000, let's say, by what she just won that last update by, it would net out to about 4,600 votes. She would just overtake Crowley in the statewide vote. That would then, the next biggest source, we're saying 27,000. say, remaining in Madison. We're saying 27,000 remaining Milwaukee. Again, that's mail, mostly vote by mail, early vote. That's a huge wild card for the reasons we discussed. We're saying 19,000 just south. That's a 19,000 in Racine County. Racine County so far is a good, it's a tiny bit that's in. The tiny bit that's in has been good for Crowley, and we think that's going to be a good one for Crowley. Winnebago has absolutely nothing in. I keep saying Winnebago. Look, I said maybe Kenosha, maybe Outagamie, maybe Winnebago as a bit of a bellwether. I think if, be a little bit better perhaps for Hong, maybe a little bit better than it is for Crowley, but that looks kind of like a toss-up between the two of them. We think there's about 17,000 votes there in Winnebago County. We still have, we think, about 11K to come right here in Waukesha County. Those have clearly been good for Crowley. And we think we have, and in Brown County, Green Bay, we think about 17,000, currently Crowley leading there. But again, they're going to have the same issue in Green Bay that exists in Milwaukee, where a lot of that remaining vote is going to be a vote by mail. They process it centrally at the end. So is that really good for Crowley? Boy, that's a question. That's a question right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where else am I missing here? Brown, Winnebago. We said 17,000 in Winnebago. I feel like I'm missing a county here, Adam. What else has more than 10,000? Portage has more than is it 10,000 exactly in Portage? 11,000. It's 11,000 left in Portage, and that's a Crowley County right now. By a pretty solid, well, of course, that's a Crowley County. It's a precinct. It's a Crowley precinct right now in Portage, because I was going to say, we expect that to be. So look, 11,000 here. I think this is probably, this on paper is a Hong County. Okay. Like, Stevens Point, university town right there. Right. Okay. Winnebago, I don't know what to expect. Brown County, the 17,000 should be, you would think, more favorable to Crowley, but a lot of it's that vote by mail. And I don't know about that. Same question in Milwaukee, huge question in Milwaukee with those 27,000. Racine County, close to 20,000 left there. I think that, if you're Crowley, is a very hopeful number, because I think he's expected to do he should do quite well there. The precincts that we have, he's doing well there. 11,000 left in Waukesha. So if you're Crowley, those two places right now, a combined 30,000 votes between Racine and Waukesha County, where I think there's some reasonable expectation he could net some votes out of that. His margin, they're sitting at 3,200 statewide. So he could get some out of Racine and Waukesha, certainly. I think Hong is looking up here at Portage County and thinking she can net some votes there. I said, we don't know what to expect with the 17,000 here. We got the mail question, the vote by mail question, the mystery in Milwaukee and in Green Bay. That's not all that's left in Brown County. There could be some other areas of Brown County there that are favorable to Crowley. And then we got 27,000 at least, right, left in Madison. I keep saying Madison. It is Dane County. But where the most recent update broke sharply towards Hong. And if it continued to break that way towards her, she could net still, I think, 4,000 or 5,000 more votes over Crowley out of there. Again, she is trailing Crowley by 3,200 statewide. So if you're Hong, you want to close with a huge kick in Dane County. You want that turnout number perhaps to go up again and be big, a big number for her. That remains her biggest opportunity on the map. She wants to squeeze everything she can out of Portage. That'd be an opportunity here for her there to net, I don't know, 1,500 votes or something over Crowley. She wants Crowley to, it's not so much that she has big hopes for the vote by mail in Milwaukee or in Green Bay, but she wants that Crowley number to go real low there for the reasons we've been talking about when it was
got another
cast.
5,000 out of Milwaukee.
Okay, let's take a look. So that's probably, there's still same day coming in. How did that break?
Is a tighter margin on that one. Let's see. She wins 41-38.
Okay, so we're still on election day, or we're still on non-central count.
Yes.
Right. Again, so it's just this is a thing that's happening as we're doing all these calculations. Makes it 32-22 statewide. As we're doing all these calculations, and I see the expected vote now is 765,000. I mean, in these statewide primaries in Wisconsin, these Democratic primaries, non-presidential, it's typically been 520, something like that. So this, again, that theme of this primary season, huge turnout, and it keeps climbing, and that's what keeps happening. This must be vote by mail that got. I'm just looking at Iowa County, where we just got a little bit of an update, and I saw Sarah Rodriguez's shade come up here. I would guess this is vote by mail, and folks, that's what I say. That this is what happens when vote is cast in July for a race that gets utterly reshaped in August. All those votes, it's 7% in a small county, but still, just show you that is a dynamic that is at work here. So as we calculate the relative strengths of each candidate with what's left here, it's also kind of a moving thing because the expected vote keeps going up in a lot of places. We're just finding out that this electorate is a lot bigger. We keep finding out that it's a lot bigger than we had been expected going in. There it is. Clearly, something just came in Portage County. Okay, basically all of Portage County, or maybe all of Portage County, just came in. Again, this number can be adjusted. It means we may be getting close. And we said this should be a Hong County. Stevens Point, it is. She ends up netting just under 1,000 votes over Crowley. What that does statewide is it knocks that number, that Crowley margin over Hong statewide, now falls below 2,500. It takes, we said those counties have more than 10,000 left. Cross Portage off the list. Hong got a good number out of there. It moves her within a half a point statewide of Crowley. Okay, again, boy, this one, I'd love to see Winnebago. Out of Gamey sitting at 81,000. She's doing well there. So again, this is when I say like Racine, we think there's close to 20,000 votes left here. Could be more. This thing about, the election day vote being higher. Early precincts, look what it looks like. And it's based on the sort of demographic benchmarks that we set. We expected something like this for Crowley and Racine. So he could squeeze a lot out of here. There's still vote to come here out of Waukesha County.
The Racine, the woman that runs the Racine elections, what color do you think she is? Exactly. The Racine votes. Why does he keep saying that Crowley should expect it to do well in Racine? Well, it's all blacks in Racine City. Racine County, not all blacks, but the amount of votes that are going to come in out of Racine for Crowley compared to Hong, yeah. So then why isn't Racine reporting right now? That's my question. Where's Racine? Let's go back there down here. Racine, only 295, 211. So they're not reporting anything. They barely have anything in right now. Like one machine. That's one machine. Where's all the rest of the votes out of Racine? Why are they holding them back? Are they doing some cheating in Racine right now? Are they figuring out how many votes they need? There's going to be one county that's going to be a holdout. Maybe it's going to be Racine because you see Milwaukee coming in. Is it going to be Racine? Is that going to be the county where they hold off, watch the state? Francesca, edges him out across and he's like 2,000 behind. Next thing you know, 12,000 come out of Racine for Crowley. Well, that's expected. That's where all the blacks are. All right. So let's watch Racine. Keep our eye on crooked Racine. And the mayor of Racine is a total party toady. Corey Mason is just a terrible mayor, and he's a full party line hack. So Corey Mason, if he needs to be the one to hold out to let the blacks win, he'll do it. He'll do it. So this could be interesting. Maybe Racine is our holdout because everybody's like, where's Racine? Where's the votes in Racine? Okay. Anyway, this guy's doing pretty good analysis, I got to say. It's fun.
She could get that margin up closer to where we thought going in she needs it to be. But look, bottom line is she's basically 2,100 votes behind statewide right now. And we're giving you a sense here of the obvious opportunities for each candidate that exist on the map. I'm just looking kind of back in here at remaining, we're at 760, our statewide expected vote sits at 767,000. Dane remains the biggest single outstanding source of votes. Milwaukee second with, again, how many times have I said? I think it's that vote by mail that's left, but we've seen that our estimate we've revised several times our estimate of that total vote in Milwaukee up. It's going up, and so it may not be just vote by mail that's left from the city of Milwaukee there. Racine, yeah.
In Dane, it's an imperfect measure, but of the precincts that have no votes reported, 28 are from outside the city of Madison and 27 are from inside the city of Madison.
That's useful. That's useful. So, right. And again, inside, it's a very big split Adam was describing between what's happening in Madison and outside of it. So what just came in? Something ticked Crowley up a couple hundred. Was it anything?
Oneida was the most recent one.
Okay, but nothing from. So yeah, again, this is happening to. Small. He's not even sweeping like. Oh, this is small share. 13. 4%. This was. We thought that we earlier thought they were basically done in Douglas, and I was saying, boy, what a good number that is for Hong. There's still a lot to come here now, it turns out, as that expected vote's been revised. And so it creates the possibility in a place like this, if that remaining vote is good for Crowley, there's room for him there to end up getting making this county look a lot different than it did when we checked in 20 minutes ago. What I'm kind of getting at here is, the small northern Wisconsin counties that add up, if they become kind of a uniform Crowley block. I know you're seeing the Hong shade here in some of these counties, but in a lot of them, it's 13% in Ashland. It's 6 votes. It's 100 votes in Polk. So, it does add up if these all fill in, and Crowley, we're talking about a race right now where Crowley is leading by 2,200 votes statewide. So if these northern counties are small, but collectively, if this becomes a block for Crowley and he's winning them by, I don't know, so we have more of the vote in Lincoln. He's winning it by 8. We have, he's winning it by 10. If he could sweep across northern Wisconsin, beating her by 10 points, it could be a not at all meaningless boost to that number for him. It wouldn't be on the whoa.
Got another Dane.
I guess. Look what just happened. So how many votes just came in Dane?
10,600.
What was the break?
They broke for Hong 50 to 33.
It got to be Madison. Another one of those big updates for her. I think it puts her up 6.5 county-wide, but more importantly,
Hong is only
look at that.
500
Look at
away.
that does statewide.
600.
575 votes is David Crowley's lead in the tally
put my headphones
over
on.
Francesca Hong.
Good. Hold on, just
With
I will in a second.
Huge variable here. It says 90. We are trying to. These can be moving targets, and if there could be more, and that's a huge question right now, because if there's more, and it's coming from Madison, which is what we just saw in that last update, and you saw what that did statewide, what that meant statewide, and what we saw in the update before that, those 2 updates have taken what had been a pretty steady Crowley lead in the 4,000 or 5,000 range and brought it down to this. So we know there's more vote to come from Madison. We know not all of it is from Dane. I may have said Madison a million times for Dane County, and I've never made that mistake. I usually don't make that mistake.
What I see on the Dane County website is they report 78% of their precincts reported. So still 60-something precincts with vote to come.
Yeah, and again, the number of votes too could go up. I mean, I feel we've seen this in elections in Wisconsin before, where Dane, there's just more and more. You get to the end of the night and you think there's X number of votes left, and it turns out turnout was even higher. And so I keep that in mind here.
We are up to 768,000 statewide as well as our expected vote.
Yep.
That ticked up from our last update.
Yep. So, we're saying our system here is now saying 17,000 expected left out of Dane, but I say take that under advisement. There could be more, but if there is 17,000 left in Dane, and if Hong won it by the margin she just won that last update by, it would amount to she would net over Crowley close to 3,000 votes. Now, I don't know that it's all going to look like that because, again, some of this is outside of Madison, but there certainly looks like there's enough there. What I'm kind of getting at here is, I think what's left in Madison, can Hong give herself some kind of a pad coming out of Dane? Because there's clear places on this map you can point to where I think it's this is the top of the list. One of the, Racine County. I think this is a place where Crowley is going to, if Racine came in right now, I think that goes up, not insubstantially. Still some to come in Waukesha, right? If that came in right now, okay, Washington, I think Ozaki, there's even some there in Ozaki. As we say, I think there's much more. Okay, again, here's another place that's been updated. If you've been watching in Brown County, the percent of the vote that's in looked much higher earlier. That means our decision desk has looked at it and said, no, turnout was higher in Brown County. So, and again, it's not a huge margin here, but Crowley's leading here. He could get more of a pad out of Brown County. As I say, if in these small kind of rural counties in northern Wisconsin, even I'm just going to look kind of through the driftless. I should go to a county that actually has votes in. Through kind of the driftless area, he's putting up some margins there. St. Croix. Now this is the suburbs of Minneapolis, St. Paul here, and could be all the vote here. Hong wins this one. Could win this one.
Speaking of Minneapolis, our decision desk is flagging that they do expect a Hennepin County update in a minute.
Oh, okay.
And I'll flag you when that comes in.
In St. Croix, yeah. Now I think this is very interesting. Here, I think our benchmarks. I think Crowley wanted to have a much better night in St. Croix than this. This is bedroom community. I mean, you could just see it. Bedroom communities of Minneapolis right here. That's a very good number for Hong. 70% in statewide. Crowley 773. But what else? What else? I can see, so much of this is, is it more than 10% remaining here? Is it very heavily pro-Hong? What on earth will the central count absentee look like in Milwaukee? How well will Crowley do here? Does he win Racine County by double digits? We think 20,000 votes, something like that in Racine.
Yep.
If Crowley wins it by 10 points, he nets 2,000 votes. Can he do that? Or is this a place where he ends up only winning by a couple and doesn't net much? Those are the opportunities for him. Fill in the rest of the WOW counties, Racine County. It does look like some more in Brown County. Can he do better than a 4-point margin with what's left there? Can he kind of sweep the, most of the very, very small rural counties in like northern Wisconsin and through the driftless area that collectively could add up to a couple thousand. He just got a sizable update somewhere. Where was that? Can you?
Yeah, Washington County, we got 2,500 votes, and he nets about 200 votes or so.
Okay. Yep. This is one of the the smallest of the wows. That puts Crowley back ahead by 1,000 statewide. Yeah, I mean there are a fairly spread out geographically number of places on the map where I can.
All right, here's something. In Racine, you've only got 3%. They show you up in the little box in the fine print, 3% of votes counted. In Kenosha, 80% of the votes are counted. You got 57 and 52 and 21. So 10, 12. You're going to have 16,000 votes, 20,000 votes, like he's saying. You're going to have about, what? Racine just dropped. Crowley just gained 2,000, 85 to 68, so 16. Crowley just picked up 1,600, plus 1,600 out of Racine. That's good for Francesca, because that's not, so Racine, 98% of votes counted in Racine. So that's all of Racine, basically. A little bit more, 2,000 more to go. So basically, Racine is going to be 85 to 68. So Crowley is going to be 1,700. Oh, no, 6, 7, 15, 1,700. Yeah, let's go back. Yeah, 1,700. So plus 1,700. So that gave him some percentages up here, plus 1,700. All right, Francesca now is down 2,000, 3,000 votes, basically. 25 to 28, 25 to 28, 3,000. Here's the numbers about. So she's down about 3,000 overall, statewide. All right, back to this cool dude.
We got an Iowa update. We got Jackson update.
Oh, this is where Rodriguez was leading the early count. Right. Okay, again, just small, but this is what I'm saying. From Crowley's standpoint, if he's doing this is the kind of thing that adds up. What was the other one you said?
Jackson.
Okay, yeah, small and right. He is, but it is like he gained some votes here, gained some votes up here, he gained some votes down here. The opportunities for Hong are much, much more concentrated, right? She is leading in Kenosha. Now, Kenosha, we should say, city of Kenosha is central count. So that vote by mail, that in fact is perhaps what is left. That is probably what is left in Kenosha County. And I think why that number's been there for a while. The central count of absentee.
We got another Outagamie update.
Early in person. Okay, Outagamie, where she has continued to lead. What did she win that update by?
38-36.
How many votes roughly?
1,500.
She won by then dozens of votes, we're saying.
Yes.
Okay, yes. Okay.
30
yeah,
votes.
we're just at this point. It's not. I'm looking for raw votes because it's just we're just so. He just got something else because it went from 29 to 3,100. What else?
Yes, Wapaka, he netted 100 votes.
Yeah, and
Sean O, he net 6 votes.
Yeah, so this is what I mean about these small counties, right? This is where they start to add up. You're in a race that was down to 500 votes a little while ago. I think 594 was that as close as it got, and Crowley, what just came in now? See how it just ticks up like this?
We got another. We got a Dane we got a bunch of updates.
Okay.
But we got Dane.
Oh, we got Dane.
and we got
Okay,
another photo.
let's not belabor that. What was the update in Dane?
So we got 3,800 votes. Hong 1,868. Crowley 1,278.
So I'm guessing we might have been in suburban Dane at that point, because that's not 1830, 915. It's no 60, 40. No, okay, that's yep. So
we also got a Sheboygan update. That was about 3,500 votes.
Yeah.
Crowley gets 1,500 of them. Hong gets 1,300.
Okay. Yeah, I got to say, it's starting to become. I don't mean to do this, but it's just. I think we're seeing what just came in.
We got Crawford and we got Barron.
Yeah. So I mean, again, this is like what just came in a chunk from a small driftless area county. It's a 25 vote margin for Crowley, but what you're seeing is the Crowley blue, right? Even if these margins are small, the places where you're actually seeing Hong's shade of blue here, right? We know it's the big college one, La Crosse, it's the college, Eau Claire, college, Stevens Point, right? Wausau. I think a bit of a surprise that we've seen it here in Outagamie and Kenosha. Now, Kenosha's sort of pending this vote by mail, but there's and I think this is a surprise too. Seeing Hong ahead in Douglas County, we don't know if that's going to last. 3.5 points, 180 votes, 73%. But what's largely happening now is we focus on the big counties, and I think you've seen. Okay, Wood County. Oh, she just got a good update in Wood County, huh?
Yes,
that is for her. You're close to that. Might be it in Wood, and she ends up on top there, right? I think that just flipped. That's a county I think Crowley was supposed to win. Not that Wood County is the be all and end all, but again, by and large, we've been seeing more of the small updates from small and mid-sized counties, just slowly, dozens of votes at a time, nudging that Crowley number north. He's just, in the last 30 minutes or so, he's had more places on the map spread out, different regions of the state that have been doing that. He's also had a few of the bigger counties, most notably Racine, but Washington County, there a second ago. Is that Winnebago? We got our first Winnebago update. It's only a few precincts, so let's not overreact yet, because that could be anything. But this is a big piece of real estate, and if we start getting Winnebago, because again, I think this is one of those that's sort of on paper, bit of a toss-up. There's Hong doing very well in Outagamie, but she needs places. Yeah, she needs given that Crowley, and there's still a lot of those small places, there's still a lot to come, that just every time you get an update, it's going to nut. So what does Hong have to work against that? She's got potentially more votes here, certainly Dane, right? Maybe she's got more votes in Winnebago. La Crosse, there's still some more here, but again, she's, there's still some more in Eau Claire. She can get some there. She's been leading in Kenosha. I don't know. It's vote by mail. That's what's left here. We've certainly seen the experience has been in other states that the sort of the DSA vote, the very sort of left progressive vote is more election day than vote by mail. But we got vote by mail. We got vote by mail left in Milwaukee. We're at 3/4 of the vote statewide. Crowley 2710 is his margin. Let me look at it this way. Sorry. Let me go back into this. I see our expected vote. Looks like it ticked up yet again statewide. We're at basically 772,000 statewide. Our current estimate is that there are 4 counties with more than 10,000 votes outstanding. Okay, I'll show them to you. It's 22,000 in Milwaukee County. It's 17,000 right there. That's 17,000 in Winnebago County. It's 14,000 here in Brown County, Green Bay. And currently, it's 13,000 in Dane. As I say, the numbers may be higher than this in these places. That has been a trend we've been seeing tonight, but that's our current thinking in those places. We also think a little bit less, but we think there's 8,000 left right there in Waukesha County. And where else do we have? Columbia's got, we think there's like 6,500 votes that are left. That's not a good, it's too fat. And then it just small places. So what do we think of how that vote is going to break of what's left? In Columbia County, right now, maybe see how much vote is in so far. It's only a scattering of precincts, but Crowley is doing well in those few precincts. But we'll see. I think this is likely to be better for Crowley than for Hong. Okay, there's 6,500 votes right there. This is interesting because did anything else come in Winnebago, Adam, or just those few precincts?
Not in Winnebago. We got Polk and La Crosse came in where Hong nets a couple votes.
Only a couple in La Crosse?
80.
Okay. What's the expected vote in? How much of La Crosse is in now?
La Crosse, we have about 2 precincts remaining in our estimate.
Okay. Yeah. Boy, that vote by mail in Green Bay, that vote by mail in Milwaukee, because on paper, these are, if you told me there were just, we didn't have that wrinkle, we would say, with that vote by mail being from a time when Crowley was just, not much of a factor. Not all of this in Brown County's vote by mail Green Bay, but that would be, I would be a little more emphatic now about saying what's left is more favorable to Crowley than Hong. That said, even with those questions, there has been, well, let's see the rest of Winnebago, because if Winnebago's a surprise, I think things that Hong is looking for right now are for, I don't think it's going to look anything like this, but I think this is a surprise. And I think if Winnebago looks like, this, right, and she could net something like 1,500 votes out of it, right, that'd be a surprise. But going into that, it would have been a surprise. But that's something I think she'd be looking for right now. And we just keep saying it, broken record, but big numbers and more votes out of Dane. And we have seen that before, whereas we get later and later into the night, we do find out that the turnout was even higher still than we imagined. It's a possibility. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. But I think that's something Hong's folks are looking for right now, because there are just, if I look at where Crowley is putting up his best numbers right now, I'm just looking through places where he's running. There's a couple places, Manitowoc County. There's still a lot of vote to come. He's running 20 points ahead of Hong. 15. Sheboygan, we say there's a lot left. He's running 15. Places like this. There's a fair number of places. This is a more dramatic example, but there's a fair number. I think there's a breadth of places like, what just came in? More Dane?
Brown.
Oh, okay. Wow. What the heck just came in Brown? Which was that that was huge for her.
Yeah, so that was about 18,000 votes, and she nets 2,000.
Question.
That was a big number.
Was
for
that
Francesca right here? And
that wasn't central count, was it?
That's like the whole thing.
It's
99%.
possible. There's no remaining vote in Brown according to our counter. I'll check the website.
I said I want percent more, but now I do, because if that was central count, what was his percentage of that vote?
Let's take a look.
If this was central count,
35.
this is the question we're getting at from Milwaukee. If you just got buried in central count Green Bay,
it was 44-34. Hong over Crowley.
Okay, yeah. Can we ask our decision desk what we think that was that just?
Yep.
And do we think there's central count left for Green Bay? Wow, that's.
The decision desk also flags that the expected vote in Milwaukee County has been raised by 16,000 votes.
Oh, wow. So remember, this thing was up at 88 once, came down to 80, went back. So it makes me more and more, this thing makes me, pardon me for a second. I just gotta. Okay.
The Brown website says unofficial results final, and they have 101 precincts, their total precincts reporting. So
okay, so I think we've got central count. I would just love to know if that was the central count number that came in. Well, you said it was 44-33. 77, 75. It's not that the number of non-Hong Crowley votes is not higher there than it is overall. But yeah, was that like the city of Green Bay, or was that like central count? I think that would be if we could find that out, would be great. So Crowley's lead with that is slashed down to 1,300. But you see what I'm getting at, right? Because it's like there is now going to be more vote here. Election day, which is going to be more total vote here than we thought. So it just keeps going up. Milwaukee's been raised now to 150,000. Milwaukee County has been raised to 150,000 expected vote. I can tell you, at the start of the night, that was much, much lower. And now it's just south of the Dane number. The Dane number is sitting at about 157 right now, but again, wondering if that could still go up as well. Those are now the only two counties left in Wisconsin where there's more than 10,000 votes expected left. I said that wrong. There's also Winnebago. Winnebago, which. Okay, so we were starting to get a little bit more here. Remember that first, this is just precincts. That's why. That first update was Hong by 26. Now it's down to 11. So just let's let this one fill in a little bit. But it's a huge, in the scheme of things, it's a huge piece of real estate. But we did just get some more, something else just came in that was friendly to Crowley.
Yeah, Marinette County.
Yeah.
1,200 votes. And he wins about 300.
And it must have been that update from Winnebago must have come in too. But yeah, again, this is just the small, demographically small counties that, there's still half the vote to come here. These just add up to it just seems that there are concentrated places where Hong keeps being able to make pretty big dents in one fell swoop into the number, right? A big update for her out of Brown County, a big update for her out of Dane County, a big update for her maybe out of La Crosse County. It just seems like clearly, as you could see on the map, just by the distribution of the Crowley support here, there are far more places where he's able to do what he just did here in Marinette County, right? We saw him do it. We were talking about Iowa County a minute ago. There's a lot of places like this. We saw it in Crawford, not as much, but and it just so she takes one fell swoop, and then he sort of brings it back up with the Marinette counties of the world, the Iowa counties, and then it just comes down again. Where did it just come down?
Marathon County,
Okay.
4,300 votes.
Yep.
Hong wins 1,906, and Crowley gets 1,400.
Okay. And this is a good, this is one I think on paper Crowley probably wanted to win. This is a good number. This ends up being a good number for Hong, 0.2 of a point. So it's not, I say there's more breadth to his, but there are places like that. That's the sort of, it's not totally straightforward here where it's like she's just doing it in the college towns or the youngest places. We said we thought like this would be bellwether, and she's winning it. We thought Kenosha be bellwether, and she's winning it. So that's why this is and we just don't know how many votes are left here. Is it really only 13,000? And if it's more, and those more are from the city of Madison, it is true though that we've been at this only an hour 51. But we started at 7 with South Carolina. That's why it feels longer. I don't think, maybe outside of the very first report, she's ever actually tipped this thing over, right?
Right.
That might be the thing that's kind of, 77% of the vote counted statewide. And, she, as I say, she gets these big updates, a couple of them have been in surprising places. And I think the Madison number, honestly, going into the night, you would have thought this number was a lot better for her. It still could get better. So I think there's more flux in this, I think, maybe than that 92% suggests. So sitting 1382. Let me just. Boy, this turned into quite a. I said, no, we're not going to 2 a.m. again. I don't know. What do we do? Yeah.
We're hopeful that that Milwaukee Central Count update, hopefully they beat some of their past history in terms of time.
Is there? Yeah, has Decision Desk said anything about, or a reporter? I know we have some reporters there, right? Like
we're trying to track down timing. That's the best I got for you right now.
Okay. But it does look like, clearly it's not just Central Count now, because there's more vote left in Milwaukee County than we thought, right?
Yes, that's right. I just point to Central Count because I know that's a big expected batch of votes.
Right. Yeah. No. Okay. It's just one of those. It's one of the many. Look at this. Our statewide expected vote has yet again been revised upward. We're essentially at 800,000 right now.
She's within,
and we started the night
300
at like
votes.
maybe 6.
She's within 300 votes now. Look at.
So just part of the story is we've seen in one primary after another is this explosion of interest. Whoa.
All right. So 370, 390. She's less than 300 votes. She's got them right here. 248, 690, 248, 370. So she's got him by 300 votes, 320. Or she hasn't got him. She's only 320. She's within the margin right here. And I think, I'll tell you what, she's going to get votes out here. They've got only 32% in. This is only 4%. I see her winning out here for some reason. I think she was doing good out in these west counties, western. And see, Crowley only got her by 30-something votes in this county here. And that's only 82% in. Well, not only, but so she could still get 30 votes. You know what I mean? 11% in. So this county is only 11% in. we'll see. So there's some way to go. This guy's doing a good job though. I like it. And our update right here is just as fast as his numbers, if not just a pinch faster. I think these numbers are coming in very fast, at least as fast as what he's getting. So we're looking good here. These do update. 249, 249, 441, 105. She's within 300. 249. Now look at, they're both at 249. They're with 100. She's within 400. You know what I mean? It's a tight race. That's fun though. I mean,
she did very, very well here. She's doing it. It's not complete yet. She's doing very, very well there. And again, that last update out of Eau Claire, you know, I wonder if that's, you know, that reminds me of what I think what is possible in Dane is what I guess I'm trying to say. That was I assume we're getting super young. Are we getting like, are we in Eau Claire? Are we in young areas and flood turnout and it's overwhelmingly, you know, and I think there's that possibility here.
I feel like that's the kind of the big storyline potentially thus far is right. Some of these places that are not the central or the largest county or city inside some of these counties have different voting patterns than what's looking at these cities. And because these places have the biggest populations in the counties, potentially they're reporting the last.
Yeah. I mean, that's right. If that was like Eau Claire that came last, Green Bay that came last, we said, you know, Waukesha, city of Waukesha brought her a little closer here, I think. 78%, 444. And then again, look what the small incremental updates tick the number up. Like what, just give me an example. What just one or two that just came in?
Chippewa, 305 new votes. Crowley, 139. Hong, 83.
Yeah.
Polk, 79 new votes. 3924. Washington, 402. Crowley, 138. Hong, 128.
Yeah, I mean, so again, Crowley has this working in his favor. You know, the Chippewas of the world, the Iowa counties of the world, the Marinette counties of the world. That keep giving him dozens at a time to pad that, and then, yeah, you're right. Those seem to be like, and we have just been sort of. Dane seems to have really slowed down, but this one is, boy, whatever comes next here is huge. And we're at 90 in Racine. We had that all come in at once. I think.
Yeah, we just got a Kenosha update.
Yeah.
She nets 26 votes.
26. And that might bring us to all in Kenosha.
Yeah, let's take a look at Kenosha. Keep you updated.
So 418. Holy cow. Well, you know, I'll ask you a question after this, or maybe I'll look it up on my own.
I think there might be still a few precincts out of Kenosha.
Okay. We should clarify potential recount rules.
Yeah.
Because I think we're also getting to the point here where this might land in a range that we're saying it might not be resolved tonight.
Recounts are not automatic in Wisconsin, but a trailing candidate may request one if the winning vote margin is less than a percentage point in races where more than 4,000 votes are cast. That's from Associated Press.
Okay, well, certainly more than 4,000 votes are cast, and we're at 1/10 of a point right now. I don't know whoever ends up on the short end here if they'd want to pursue a recount, but that also might be a question for our decision desk. What's the procedure on calling if there is a potential recount? If it falls in a threshold where a recount is permissible. Does that affect the call at all? I should know this. We could get that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think our decision desk will get ahead of if it's super close. I think that's been the past precedent, but I'll get clarification from them.
No, here's how it goes. Here's how it goes. If it's within the percentages they said, it can be an automatic recount. There's 2 percentages where if it's really close, the state pays for it. I think there's 2 different percentages, and then the second percentage is where the candidate pays for it. If it's not that close, but it's a little close. Here. Well, here's what I'll do. Let's not cover this up. I'll go to Grok over here because it's at the Wisconsin Election Commission website. I'll find it. But I think there's 2 percentages. If it's like super duper close, it's state paid for, automatic. You could say maybe I don't want it, which I doubt they're going to do, because you can pick up votes in a statewide recount. I did a recount once statewide for Justice Prosser, and he picked up, let me think about it. Let me look up this one first, and then we'll look up Prosser.
Only ones with more than 5,000 votes, we think, left. 38, 54, 67, 80. That accounts for 86,000. Yeah, I mean, that accounts for exactly half of the remaining vote. Exactly half of the remaining vote in the state comes from those places. Then it's just much more kind of, it's scattered. In those places that are left, right, what can we say about advantage for who? Sheboygan, I think clearly advantage Crowley. Waukesha, advantage Crowley. Milwaukee County, they've been running even, pretty much even, and so there is still some of that vote left that looks like it's kind of a wash, but a big chunk of this is that central count we're talking about, and we just don't know what to make of that. We think Columbia. Do we have much more in Columbia? I would think it's advantage Crowley. Okay, then Madison, advantage Hong. Winnebago, I think we could now say advantage Hong. She's overperformed in this part of the state, right? So counties totaling 29,000 remaining votes, I'd say advantage Hong. 7, 13 counties totaling about 20,000. I would say of the big, we'll call it the big 6. I would say are advantage Crowley, and then that big puzzle there of Milwaukee. I just don't know what to make of it. It could just be a wash. But, there's the possibility that central count, goes south for Crowley. That's the risk for him there in Milwaukee County. So it's 886 votes statewide for Crowley right now. Now I'm just looking myself. We went to the 6 that account for half of it. I'm just looking for.
All right, so I was right. It's at 2 different points, one where it's free and then one where the candidate pays. So eligibility, if you're no more than 1%, so within the 1%. Then if you're super duper closer than 0.25, which this could be, 0.25 and closer, it's no fee, taxpayer funded, state counties cover the costs. If the margin exceeds 0.25, but still within the 1% eligibility, then the candidate pays the cost of the recount, which is expensive. I think it's like, oh, geez, don't make me say, but it's expensive. It's not cheap. And otherwise, so yeah, if it's super duper close, 0.25 or less, then it's a free recount. If you're within 1% and you lose, but it's 0.25, more than 0.25, then the candidate pays. So it is. There's one where it's free if you're super, super, super close. And then if you're super close, you pay. But you have to be under the 1%. So Now Francesca's at 39.9. He's at, 40.1. That's only 0.2. So they're close. So currently, they're in the free recount range, roughly. Anyway, back to this guy.
Favorable update in Rock.
In Rock, and that took us to 95% in Rock. Is that right? Let's take a look.
Take a look.
Yeah, we may be done here.
They still showed 2 precincts reporting.
Okay.
Missing.
And did it was only a small amount there in Sheboygan, huh? So there's still a lot to come there. That the amount left there is important because that's such a Crowley-friendly place. Holy cow.
And you know what? One more thing. If they go to a recount, recounts take time. You have to have all the counties set up the whole system. So if you're going to do a recount, you have 72 counties, 72 county clerks have to basically bring in the machines, get the ballots, because a recount, you're going through all the ballots by hand, and they have to go back through the machines. That's what they do. They get all the paper ballots. In Wisconsin, you take a paper ballot and you fill in a little bubble with their black marker, and it goes in the machine, bleep, okay? And then all those pieces of paper at the end of the day, they're bundled up. And that's how a recount is done. It does not go fast. It will take time. The other thing, it takes time. So once you get the mechanism in place, the county clerks get all their ducks in a row. They have to have paid people and volunteer people from the counties that come in to actually be the recall or recount workers. I've got it up on one of my YouTubes from the statewide recount we did. And then it's a public thing. People get to come in and watch, and then reporters are in there, and lawyers are in there, and watching every little ballot. Every ballot gets looked at, swear to God. So imagine what a recount would be. And hey, if I'm within the one, put it this way, if I'm within the 0.25 of one of these two, I'm getting the recount. If you're the winner, you're probably not calling for it. But if I'm Francesca Hong and I lose by 0.24%, and I'm eligible for the free recount, I'm going for it. And you know, you have to do it for your campaign and for your people. Because at that point, especially when you're going against David Crowley, and Francesca Hong would be going against the machine, who has the incentive to cheat to keep her out. Who knows what they could find by going through all the Madison and Milwaukee ballots. Oh, shit. Now, that would be the best thing to happen. Francesca Hong loses by 0.2. She's within the free recount. She triggers the recount. That goes through every fucking ballot in Racine, Milwaukee, Madison. And if she loses by 0.2, she can pick those votes back up in the recount. Oh shit. And end up winning, and she would uncover fraud in her own party. Could you believe that? Crazy scenario. So that's a little recap on the recount.
We think 3,000. We got nothing in Pierce. Is that right? We got nothing in Pierce yet. That's an interesting one because I think on paper that I would have said crowd. Again, this is these places where what's kept this from being simple of just like Hong is running up the score in the college towns, blah blah blah. Is she's had some unexpected strong places. I said the Bow counties are definitely there. St. Croix County is another one. And now Pierce County, just south of there, there's probably 3,000 votes. No votes yet. There's probably 3,000 votes here. It's one of those on paper, I would say, is a Crowley County. But given what happened in St. Croix, all bets are off. If Hong ends up winning this, I think we're just going to say she found just enough sort of unlikely support in unlikely places. Just if she wins, I think that'll be the story. It'll be that, She won St. Croix. It'll be that she swept the Bow counties. These aren't things I think that were expected. And I think if you looked at some of the if you looked at some of the numbers elsewhere in the state and then said, okay, now how do you think the Bow counties went? You would have said they were going to Crowley. These things are not necessarily so, or for that matter, Kenosha. That's if. Again, she's yet to actually jump him in the numbers here. And we've just seen this sort of game they're playing here where she'll take a bite out of it and then it'll kind of trickle back up. But 4,000, 3,000. Where else are we looking here?
We just got Columbia County, another 356 votes. He wins 222. She wins 86.
That was right there. Yeah. Okay. Again, and that was one of, believe it or not, that is one of the bigger remaining pieces of the puzzle. How many votes were there? You said
356.
Okay. Yeah. There's still. Yeah. And this number with what's true, we have 144,000. We think now remaining statewide. I see this is the first time. Okay, things might be settling down a little bit. I say this only because this is the first time I've seen our expected vote actually come down.
Yeah, I see 793 now.
Right. So that's partly why that number of remaining votes just went down. Our decision desk has now lowered slightly, but lowered the total expected vote, the total turnout. So we may be a sign of kind of getting a little bit better handle on it and maybe narrowing a bit the universe of what's left here. 144,000 votes, 828's the margin. Adam, just tell me, what were the last two? We just got some small ones, but I'm just curious what they are.
Yeah, Shawano was the most recent one, 511 new votes. Crowley 238, Hong 155.
Right. Yeah. See, that's it. He's sustained by a lot of that. Sorry, where else were we looking here? Where else is blank? Washburn County up here is going to probably 1,500 votes. We think 1,500 votes. Certainly think that's going to be I would think that's going to be a Crowley County. I would think Crowley. I would have thought Crowley, but I don't know what to think. Look what's happening around there. Where else do we have here that just has absolutely nothing? We think there's probably about 3,000 votes here. I would think that's Crowley, and that's certainly the local pattern. So again, those are all places where this could, if he gets what I think out of a lot of the places I just circled, that number could get up to, that could knock that up to 1,500, 2,000, somewhere in there, what else is, and then if you're looking at it from Hong's standpoint, right?
All right, so where we are right now, Hong, so 260 to 259,444 last update. They just went up a little bit, but anyway, that one puts her at 0.17. That's only about 890 votes. That's 0.17, which is under the 0.25 for the free recount. So if she's going to be losing by like 1,500-ish, or right now she's at 0.17, 260, 259.6. Now she's at like 9. She's within, right now, she's within that range of getting a free recount. She's so close, 259, 260. So in this range, it looks like you're going to be able to have it says about 1,300 votes. When in this range-ish, if 1,300 votes is about where the 0.25 threshold is for the free recount, but that's still a lot of room for with a 1% where you can pay for the recount. And then, so the other thing too is you have to think about 1,300 votes. Doing the recount across the state, can you pick up 1,300 votes? 1,400, right? Let's say she's down 1,300. She gets the recount. She needs to pick up 1,400 divided by 72 counties. that's a lot of votes per county, because really this voting is pretty clean with those paper ballots, unless you find some fraud somewhere, a big batch of fraud in Milwaukee, for example. And for then you almost have to roll the dice. Do it. Anyway, cool. We're so close.
Well, this is a bit like Michigan last week, where we've kind of narrowed it. We kind of know the places we're looking for here, and we're just waiting for, we're just waiting for the next thing to tick in.
She's down by
We're looking for Milwaukee.
800,
We're looking for
269,
Winnebago.
261.87.
We're still
So 9.8.
Dane,
She's down by less
Dane was
than
coming
800.
fast and
She's in this
furious there for a
800
while.
range.
Did we just get another?
Vernon County was the most recent update, 992 votes. Hong wins 522, Crowley 280.
Yeah, it's a driftless. That's, our thing says 141. So let's just wait for the next update together. I mean, there's, we're all looking for the same things here. We're all, we've got a kind of narrow set of places we're kind of waiting on. I think if one of these few big places gives us something right now, I think it. Tell us what that vote by mail is in Milwaukee, like that really might be. I think that is. I think Central Count Milwaukee is by far the biggest thing that's left, biggest individual thing that's left in this state is the Central Count Milwaukee, vote that was a good part of it, I think, was cast before people understood this to be a Crowley versus Hong race. I'm not sure how much of it, but a good part of it. And then after that, it's Winnebago and Dane. So, if sort of seems as if you could hit the fast forward button a little bit here. And if you were to get the Winnebago and Dane votes all reported out right now, I think this thing would flip and Hong would go into the lead. If it didn't, she'd be in very, very bad shape. So, but I think she would. Then you have the Winnebago plus Dane. Okay, Winnebago plus Dane right now equals in size the vote by the Central Count Milwaukee. They're basically the same size right now. So if Hong were to get big numbers with what's left in Winnebago and Dane, pull ahead of Crowley, and then the thing that could really change it is if that Central Count Milwaukee number is bad for Crowley for the reasons we're saying, and he ends up taking a real hit there. It's such a wild card. The county's been running pretty even. There was an update I know that just came in before that was good for Hong. But that Central Count, you could see a world where it's good for her because it's bad for him, because of when it was cast. So, again, if she were to take the lead through Dane and through Winnebago, they're not going to come in this order probably, but if she were to do that and then actually build on that lead in Milwaukee, then you would have, we'd be down to about 70,000 votes left statewide. And
one update I do see here, sorry to interrupt. From reporter Alexander Shore at VoteBeat from about 15 minutes ago. He's on site in Milwaukee at their processing center. They were beginning their process of doing the votes on site there, and then they have a transit process where they bring it to a central place and then report it out. So he was estimating another, maybe midnight Eastern for that vote report. But that's the update we have from Milwaukee.
All right. The late night transit. This is like a tradition, right? I feel like we've broadcast this before. Okay. 11:20. We think now, when they say midnight, we're always optimistic, right?
Yeah, it feels aggressive to me.
Right.
Given
They
that
never
I know,
they never take
I've
never
seen-
go quicker than
I've
expected.
seen the video before. They take it out of the building, they bring it into the car, they drive the car. It's,
They have to
bring
put
it
the
into
oils
building.
on it. They do
They take the USB stick, they put it in the machine. It's a ritual for sure.
So we may be waiting a while on Milwaukee absentee. Almost 30,000 votes. What just came in again? Something.
Yeah, we just got a combo of counties. Oneida and Lafayette were the biggest. Hong nets about 30, 40 votes in Oneida, and Crowley nets about 150 in Lafayette.
Okay. Yeah, that puts you again. You're sort of in that driftless. He's generally done well in here. Puts him again close to 1,000 statewide. Golly, nothing in Winnebago. Here's the thing. I have to. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Well, okay. I don't want anybody to go anywhere. I will run. It'll take 2 minutes. It's just you all understand. But I don't want to. Somebody just came in. What was it? Hong took the lead.
Dane County.
Oh my God! I almost went to the bathroom for that. Okay, Hong just took the lead. What would tell us about the update?
6,000 new votes. Hong wins 50% of them, and Crowley gets 33%.
What was the raw? Can you give us the raw vote?
Yes, 6,229 total. Hong 3,089. Crowley 2,054.
She won it by 1,000. She won it by 1035. She won the update by 1035 from Dane County, taking a lead of 254. For the first time tonight, I believe Francesca Hong has taken the lead in the statewide tally. That is now with 83% of the vote in statewide. She's taken the lead. It is 254 votes. That update from Dane, you said was how many votes?
6,000, and there was another 700 from Portage as well.
700 from Portage. She
This
won the
guy-
Portage update?
Yes.
What'd she win the Portage update by?
3.
This guy better go or he's going to piss his fucking pants. Look at him. He's dancing a little. Yeah, he's got his hand in his pocket. Go, dude. Go take your leak. Now it's a good time to go. She just went up ahead. Go take the leak. Get back. You got to go. You got to go.
Dane. We were looking at, before this update came in, we were looking at, remember we were saying 13,000 remaining votes in Dane.
Yeah.
So that update was 6,000.
Mm-hmm.
So you would think it knocks it down to 7. We now have a remaining vote in Dane of 15,000.
I'm looking at the Dane County website in the most, as of right now, and there could be a pending update that hasn't yet hit our system, but they say 274 of 281 precincts reporting on their website.
270, say again?
274 of 281. So they have 7 precincts remaining.
Right, and we're trying to just gauge how many votes are in those precincts.
Yes,
and
yes.
it seems
That's
like
our,
it may be-
those
Yeah.
are 2 data pieces we have, that estimate and that precinct number.
I mean, yeah, that's this is what I just feel like I've seen this in Dane before. That's and I think we might be seeing it again here, where it's just like get late at night and it turns out there's more. It just turns out there's more than you expected, and the turnout was just that much higher. And that is such a huge. If that is the case, that is such a huge thing for Hong. Because again, I think we're now expecting there to be what just happened.
And Steve, we just got an update in Hennepin County in Minnesota. It looks like all of their vote. So we may be close to a call there.
I'm sorry. This is what happens. We get so locked in. But folks, this is in Minnesota tonight. This closely watched, and there it is. Peggy Flanagan, the lieutenant governor, NBC News projects will win the Democratic nomination for the United States Senate in Minnesota. She defeats Congresswoman Angie Craig, and she will advance to the general election to face former broadcaster Michelle Tafoya, who easily won the Republican nomination tonight. Again, closely watched race here. It pitted Flanagan, certainly running on the left here. Craig representing a more competitive congressional district in the Twin Cities area, seen as the more moderate centrist candidate in this race, but an emphatic victory, it appears, for Flanagan here in this United States Senate race. I say closely watched. Unfortunately, we didn't watch much of it tonight because we've been busy in Wisconsin. But by the way, we said we had low expectations for Minnesota in terms of the timing.
I was really not expecting a call from them first, but pleasantly surprised that we got that in.
No, and it just, instead of jumping between them, I've been locked in on this thing from the start, because this thing from the word go has been a puzzle. 295 votes. Francesca Hung leads David Crowley by right now. Okay. I still do need to.
Yes, and they're ready. They're ready.
Okay. Okay. I mean, if you don't mind, just leave it right on this screen, and I'll be right back. You're free to come up, Adam, but I'll be super quick.
I'll stay here. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, that's cool. Well, this guy goes to take a leak. We'll take a quick peek and we'll just stay on top of it. So it's so close, right? But well within just talk about the recount possibilities again. So 1% or under, you can have a recount. 0.25 if you're within the 0.25. So that's within like 1,300 votes, 1,400 votes. You're going to get it free. So currently, let's say it ends right where it is, and Crowley loses by only 300. He's down by 300. He could get a free recount. And he could be losing by, like, say, 1,350 and get a free recount. He's at under the 0.25 of a percent, 0.25 of 1%. They're that close. Look, it's that close. Now, if it's over 0.25 but still under 1%, you can still get a recount, but you have to pay for the recount. And that's telling you that odds are you're not going to re-get enough votes. You're not going to find enough votes out there for you to come ahead and win. But what they're saying is if it's closer than 0.25, the state, that's so close, that's within like less than 2,000 votes in 72 counties, they're going to do a free recount for you, because that's just like, that's well within the margin, 0.25. So, I mean, 0.25. And look how many votes are out there. This is 250, 60, 310, 380, 90, 4. They're going on 450,000 votes. So 450,000 votes, and you lose by like 1,350 votes, 1,350. You're going to get a free recount under that 0.25%. That's pretty fair. Now, speaking of that, on the Republican side, 79% of votes, and they're at 380. They're at 400. And the Democrats are at, what did we just count it up to? 5, 6. They're like at 650. So the Republicans, it's not totally all counted yet, but they're at like 400,000. They're like at 650,000. So bottom line, a lot more Democrats came out to vote today. Even when it gets up to 100, because there's 16% vote here to go and 20% here to go. So, well, it's getting up to 4. this is one of the final numbers I want to see is once all the votes are in, how many Republicans voted and how many Democrats voted. Because currently, if it's at the 410,000 range, they're at the 650,000 range of people voting. So if it came down to just voter enthusiasm in November, Democrats are going to wipe the Republicans out. But that's the midterm. Yeah, that's the midterm, which is a much bigger race, bigger turnout. So it's a whole different set of numbers. But anyway, goes to show about current enthusiasm, right? So there's a lot of enthusiasm on the Democrat side, not so much on the Republican side, maybe because Tom Tiffany didn't even really need the votes because he was the shoo-in to win anyway. So a lot of people didn't even waste their time dealing with it. If you're a Republican, you know. Anyway, so currently 91% of the votes are counted in Dane and 81 in Milwaukee. So 19% more to go. And like he said, there was only about 7 wards in Dane, which is coming to be about 9% of the vote. There's a lot. I mean, there's no votes counted here yet. %51, 37%, 69%, 79%. So there's still votes out there. 17% of votes are in here in this Burnett County. Only 17% are in. So there's, you know, there's some hundreds of votes out there. And I just think that Francesca Hong is going to win all the counties along the edge. Along the edge of Minnesota. Something's telling me that she's got to win all these counties along the edge when it's all said and done. So we're not going to count that. We'll count this one as a top, not an edge. This will be an edge. So she's winning this one. She's only behind by like 30 behind. Not even 20 behind. Winning. Tied, no votes in yet. No votes in yet. She's only like 20 behind, 25 behind, and there's 87%, so she can make it up. She's got this one. Hong's got this one. She's only 70 behind, and it's 66%, so she could get 70 votes. I mean, there's time here. A lot of these are really close, within Hong getting them. And I think she gets these Minnesota adjacent counties. I don't know. We'll see. All right, the guy's back.
That is City of Milwaukee. That's the vote by mail that all gets reported out at once. Adam said they've already begun the procession there. A reporter on site, good reporter on site, saying maybe as early as midnight. We know these estimates can be a little optimistic, but I suspect you want to say sometime in the hour would be I think that's
maybe
reasonable. It's midnight. Maybe it's midnight. Could be. Who am I to say? All these expectations have been upended. Something else just came in for Crowley.
So Green Lake was the biggest update.
We had no votes from there. Yeah.
Yeah. Crowley wins 673. Hong 492.
Yep.
We also got a Forest update.
Mm-hmm.
Crowley 293, Hong 231.
Mm-hmm.
And we got another Winnebago update.
Yeah.
439 votes. Crowley gets 210 to Hong's 124.
So, yeah, I'd love to know if this is it. So many puzzles with these numbers that they come in because, just when we think we got a sense of this sort of Fox Valley here, Crowley is putting up incredible numbers in Winnebago County. But we thought he was putting up pretty good numbers in Brown County, where Green Bay was. And then all of a sudden at the end of the Brown County count, they gave us Green Bay, and Green Bay was a disaster for him.
We got a Sheboygan update.
Fantastic. Now that must be good for Crowley. No, it was. All the expectations are getting confounded. It wasn't good for him, was it?
He nets votes out of it, but he only nets at like 50 votes. It was 2,357 votes, 989 to 928.
Okay, so he just went up again. Something else?
Racine.
Yeah.
Crowley gets 519.
Yep.
Hong gets 413.
Uh-huh.
Those were the latest two updates.
So he's pushed his lead back over 1,100. A single tenth of a point, but okay. Now I'm going to ask you. Here's what I see. Can you maybe ask our friends at the decision desk?
Yeah.
I now see a Milwaukee County expected vote that is yet higher.
Yeah.
You see it too?
Yeah.
Okay.
And our total expected vote for the state also higher.
Oh, wow. Okay. Wow. Yeah. Remember 30 minutes ago when I said for the first time we had adjusted our expected vote? Why do I say that? When I always see this, I feel in Dane County. We're also seeing it in Milwaukee County, where again, we keep finding out that turnout is higher. 814,000 is our new expected vote for this primary. And I keep asking you questions, Adam. I just don't have the ticker that gives me county by county what came in. And it looks like he just got another significant, in context of this, significant.
Yeah.
Update.
Is this Vilas County?
Yeah. Okay. Oh, I think there was no vote there before. Right. That was one where we had like no vote earlier. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, but we talked about this with like the small counties adding up in a close race like this, because there's, he's winning more counties than her. A lot of them are real small, but anywhere where there's not really, I think maybe the pattern here, it's kind of like, where is there a population center, right? In these counties that don't really have a big any kind of meaningful population center, he wins by a couple hundred votes. There's a couple hundred here, a couple hundred here, a couple hundred here. And then he's able to take, remember, Hong had moved ahead. And there's basically been like a net change here of about 2,000 votes since then that put Crowley back in front, with a very interesting development there in Winnebago County that I'm trying to understand, because, if what happened in Brown, this could just be the setup for what happened in Brown happening here. Or is Crowley doing essentially unexpectedly well here? Is what we're trying to figure out. But yeah, to put this in some context too, just how high these turnouts are. Do I have it in front of me here? I mean, I think we're getting fringe like presidential primary level with this turnout. I think they had like 900,000 for the Biden-Sanders primary. Does that sound right?
I think that sounds right.
Yeah, they're at, and the expected here is 814. Okay. So we said we think 38,000 remaining in Milwaukee. Remember, I say these are moving targets. And if you are watching closely, that is higher than we said a little while ago. Dane, 15. Okay. Winnebago, 12,000. That's unclear. Let me reset this. Let me just do 12,000, 15,000, 38,000. Okay. Those are the only three counties with more than 10,000 votes left. Only one more county has more than 5,000 votes left. It's right here, Columbia County, that has 6,000 votes left. Everything else that's out in the state has fewer than 5,000 votes left. Now, in a context of a race this close, every little thing matters, as we're seeing. As Crowley, more than Hong, Crowley is collecting these little updates from a broad cross section of the state, right? So Hong needs places that have population centers, it seems. She, I think, can look forward with great optimism to whatever it is that remains in Madison. If that ever gets reported out, I feel like they have just been sitting on this number for a long time there now.
Steve?
Yeah.
I do have an update for you out of Milwaukee.
Yeah.
So there are 9 municipalities that report their absentee ballots at the central location. 4 of them have reported. So it's Milwaukee and 4 other municipalities that will be kind of, I think that accounts for the updated vote. We know the Milwaukee's somewhere around 28,000.
Right.
And there's 10,000 more outside of that. And I think that, some of these other municipalities account for that.
Or central count. Or just municipalities we don't have any votes from.
It's their absentee ballots at the central location. And again, 4 of those counties have reported. So we have gotten some of those mixed in already, but 4 of them still have outstanding.
Wait, but no, I understand. So there are 9 municipalities in Milwaukee County that use central count for their absentee and for their early.
Yep.
You're saying we've got is our decision desk saying that they think this 38,000 is all coming out of central count?
28,000 central count from Milwaukee.
From Milwaukee, but is the other 10 central count for other cities?
Yes.
So it is all coming out of central count?
Yes.
Right. I mean, so okay, it's all absentee, is what I'm saying.
I think that's right.
Okay, that's the. I mean, that's. Can we just double check on that, because that's so important, because if we're looking at nearly 40,000 votes that are absentee or early, you know what I'm saying, right? How many of those votes were cast in July? How many of those votes were cast for Mandela Barnes? Crowley looked like he was going to be an afterthought. How many of those votes were cast when Crowley looked like he was going to be an afterthought in this campaign? If you're Crowley, like, he has the advantage and he's building it in these small places right now. He has the advantage in the tally right now, is what I'm trying to say. But Hong has a big bunch of votes, I think, from you saw what those Dane updates can do. She can get a couple more of those. She may be able to get, I'm very suspicious that what happened in Brown is going to happen in Winnebago. Okay, so between 15,000 votes in Dane and potentially a repeat of what happened in Brown happening in Dane, that could get her, that could erase a lot of that. Then, if there's nearly 40,000 votes just sitting there that were cast at like the lowest moment, they weren't all cast in July. They were not all cast in July, but how many of them were? And does that take a batch of votes from a place that Crowley's doing pretty well in, that's his home base? And does that end up making him underperform with it? And I truly have no idea what to expect with this. It's just, I think if you remember at the start of the night, we said if the stop Hong forces get close but just miss, would it be because of all of the votes that were cast in that, vote by mail? When Mandela Barnes dropped out, which I think was July 30th, I think they were like one day into early voting. So it's a little bit of early voting and a lot of mail. All cast when no voter thought this was a two-way race between Crowley and Hong. And this batch of votes is going to test if that could end up testing whether that makes the difference here. Now, Hong has to get in front. Well, doesn't have to get in front first, because again, if this batch of votes were really bad for Crowley, Hong might do better than him with it. Or maybe it's less of an issue than I'm talking it up to be, and it's quite fine for Crowley. It's a huge unknown.
Andrew at the decision desk is, was looking at the question that you posed earlier about those Milwaukee County votes. He thinks, so all the places that are listed as having outstanding vote on the website, the municipalities, have reported election day vote. So what is outstanding would be the absentee and early vote. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Count.
I see something just came in that was about 300 votes positive for Hong. What was it?
That was Pierce.
Okay, yes. It just, you got to love, a primary night like this. It's just confounds. Is that the proper use? Confounds your expectations?
Yeah.
I shouldn't try to sound smart, but like I would have looked at this and said, this is Crowley country tonight.
Yeah.
No, that's the one. Remember, I told you it's going to be those outside ones, and that's one of them that hadn't reported. It went to Hong. So far, Hong got that one. She's got this one. She's got this one. She's only 32, 33 away. And that's only 17% of the voting in. So she can get that one. She's got this one. That's we didn't count that one. So Francesca's going to get all these outside edges. Watch. 'Cause this is only 19%. She's going to get these outside edges. She's getting them all. Look at, so far she's got boom, boom, boom. Pepin, 70 to 40. She'll get Pepin. Watch. She's going to get these outside. I think she's going to get every one of these outsiders going for her. Take the county away. Because he did make a good point. It doesn't matter. As long as you win the county, you win the county. And if you win all 72 counties, you win. So you want to win the county more, more counties. So the more counties she starts picking off, she's just winning those counties. And he's not winning those. So there's a lot of counties that haven't counted. And she's only within, where are we now? So I put it over here. Right now it's a 1,341 vote difference, 1,341. So I put it up on my big screen because see right here, they're displaying it, but it's hard to read. So it's at 1,341. She's at right now, a difference of 1,341. And that's well within the free recount range. So that would be great. I don't want her to lose. I want her to win. It'd just be more fun. I don't want the black guy. I want the Korean woman. Do you blame me? They're both the same. He acts like he's less commie, but they're the same. They're both commie. They're both Democrat, both commie. She's a little bit more. She just wears it on her cuff. But remember, tomorrow they're having a unity party. 3 different places, Madison, Racine, and Milwaukee. And they're going to unify no matter who wins. They made a pact, all the Democrats. So if it's within 0.25 and there's a free recount coming and Francesca Hong loses, is she going to be unifying tomorrow or is she going to be going for a free recount? She has to. And if you go for a recount, it takes a long time. It takes a while. You have to get all 72 counties, have to get all the 72 county counting, have a room, all the ballots, the paper ballots have to be gathered up, brought in, and they're all gone through one by one, put through the machines and looked at by multiple people. Here's a stack of ballots, for example. One person has it in their hands, and their mission is to first look at it, and then they're going to feed them back through the machine and compare it to the original numbers the machine came out through, one by one. So as they're looking at it, they've got 3 or 4 people looking over their shoulder, lawyers, watchers, the polling people. It's a huge deal. So it takes time to do a recount. And they've got, let's say, August, September, October. Shit. It's going to take to do a statewide recount. Here, let's ask Grok real quick. Let me ask Grok how long it took to do the Justice Prosser statewide recount. I'll ask. That's the one I worked on. Hold on.
Sure, but he thinks that was specifically central count that just came in.
Yes.
Well, if you're at Crowley headquarters now, that is the single biggest piece of news you've had all night, I think. That's huge. That's huge. What were the percentages on that vote that just came in?
The Milwaukee update?
Yeah. The Milwaukee County update that we just got. What percent did he get? What percent did she get?
He got 50%. She got 35%.
Wow. I mean, this is how much. It's astounding to me given how much this vote, I think, comes from a different time in the campaign, that he did that well. He did better. He's running at 43.8% countywide, and we're saying from absentee vote, he did 50%. That's crazy. I mean, that's wow. That I say that blows my mind. But that's just massive for him, because that obviously sets the stage for Milwaukee. If it shows that with the central count, there was no there's no apparent price that he paid for that coming from a potentially a lot of that coming from July or something. So wow.
It is, mail and early votes. So it's possible that those municipalities just skewed more towards the early vote.
Yeah,
that could be one of the explanations.
Yeah. But it is that combination, and we weren't sure what the mix was, and we weren't. So listen, if that is foreshadowing what is to come from the city of Milwaukee, now that's just outlying versus city, although I don't know that we were seeing a huge.
45 days. Statewide recount took 45 days during Justice Prosser, about 45 days. The election was on April 5th, 2011. Statewide recount finished on May 20th, 2011. Official certification on May 23rd. So about 45 days to do a statewide recount. And that's about as fast as you could do it. I actually worked that thing. I was at the recount place every day working for the Prosser team. It was really cool. But yeah, so 45 days it takes. So this is going to be, say, mid-August, mid-September, October. Get done by, around October. Holy shit. It would take until October to get the recount done. That would be crazy.
Counter that. And again, where did he just get? Something else just came in small, but I want to register these.
Manitowoc.
Oh, Manitowoc.
So the difference is 847. Hong just got, 2793. The difference is 2793. 2,793 is the difference right now.
We're saying 14,000 currently. Did we just get a slight Dane update? I see or we just adjusted the expected a little. I'm seeing 14,000 expected here, right? So like if Hong were to win that by, her best updates have been about 15, 20 points. Say it was 20, she could knock 2,800 off. Which currently would right. That's the thing, right? Like, I think if 14,000 is the actual remaining vote in Dane, and Crowley and Hong won it by 20 points, which I think is given her a pretty generous, kind of what if total there. That would basically wipe that to zero. Okay. Then you're sitting looking at those Milwaukee central count numbers where we just said if maybe the city isn't as friendly to Crowley as the outlying areas, I don't know, but he just won the outlying areas in that update 15 points. If he won 28,000, a batch of 28,000 votes by 15 points, he nets 4,200. If he wins it by half that, it still nets 2,000. You see, so it's like kind of like best case Hong, Dane wipes this to even statewide.
Okay, there's 79% of the votes are counted in Milwaukee, so there's still 21% of the votes to go. That's a lot of votes. In Milwaukee, that's a lot of votes, okay? So who knows what they're hiding in Milwaukee? And why is it taking so long for that percent? You know what I mean? It's going at 11 o'clock. This is 3 hours later. The machines, the scan machines that scan the ballot, when it's done at the end of the night, you push it, it prints out a tape. Here's how many votes for each person. Boom, it's that fast. You can look at it. They look at it. They send it over to the thing. Okay, here's how many votes. That's it. It's that fast. Then you can go back and compare it to everything else. But that's the initial votes they go off of, or what's coming off of the scanner, the optical scanners, where you put your ballot, where you fill in the little bubble with the black marker. That's how they're doing it in Wisconsin. So it's pretty simple. Simple to tally, too. So right now she's down, what is it? Where are we here? 79, 80, 82. She's down 22, 2,000-ish, about 2,000, minus 2,000. No, minus 3,000. She's down 3,000. 79.3, 82.3. Yeah, she's down 3,000. Not quite, but full 29.63. 29.63. That's a little chunk of change right there. So 29.63, that's putting her under the 1%, but over the 0.25. So she's at 0.6. Tip 0.7. She's at 0.7, which is under the 0.1 to get a recount, but that means she's paying for the recount at this point. Let me ask Rock how much the recount was.
Take off in the cities and not necessarily the inner suburbs of these places. So that said, we've also found
getting into the car.
Okay, but where's the? This is to go to or from?
This is to go from the place that they were kind of loading the ballots onto USB sticks or memory drives to the location that they can put them in the machine so they can be reported out to us here at 30 Rockefeller
Why can't they do
Plaza.
that in one place?
I don't know.
So wait, they just, I'm so bad with the technology. Just say it one more time, so people can appreciate what's happening. We say central count.
Yes.
They got all these ballots there.
Yeah.
Okay. They counted them?
Yes, they're counted and processed and loaded onto memory sticks. And
Memory sticks, literally something the size of a stick of gum?
That's exactly right.
Okay.
And then they're transporting them over to, I don't know, I believe it's the courthouse where they can be reported out or they can be transmitted.
So you're saying they're now in the motorcade on their way over?
That's right.
Is this is there like sirens, and what does it look like?
It looks like a car driving in the middle of the night in Milwaukee.
Oh, wow. So back in 2011, during the Prosser recount, now that my memory's jogged, $520,000. $520,000. And back then, the threshold was 0.5, not 0.25. When they had to pay for the recount, they changed the fucking law. Fuck. Because the state paid for that one. So the state paid $525,000. The different counties reported all the different costs. So it's going to cost the candidate $500,000. So a candidate wants to do, if they're over the 0.25, under the 1%, and they want to pay for the recount themselves, it's going to cost them $500,000, roughly, or more. By today's standards, it'll be more. That was 2011. It'll probably be doubled. Who knows? You know what I mean? So fucking Republicans changed that law swiftly. Crazy. But Justice Prosser still ended up winning by 7,000 votes.
You ask him how long would he estimate, if they're now en route, how long till they actually tell us the number? Does he have?
Yeah.
Can he remember?
I can ask him.
Okay. He knows. He's lived through the joy of this. But yeah, Hong would need. I think she clearly needs to win it. And maybe it is. Maybe it's totally different than maybe the gap between. I'm sitting here saying I think in Winnebago County there's going to be like a small town city divide. So maybe there is here too with this vote. But as you can see, look, just this number can change, okay? But it hasn't moved that much in our estimate. Yeah.
I had two updates, one from Shaq and one from the decision desk. There was about a 30-minute gap between when it left the city location to the county location before it got reported out to us.
Okay. Thank you, Shaq. That would take us to 12:30. Okay. You said it was a second update? You had two? Did you say two updates?
Oh, and both the decision desk and Shaq wrote to me with that same timing update. So I'm trying to attribute to them both.
Okay.
Thank you for helping me out.
Thank you,
guys.
decision desk, too. Yes. But right, I think you can see that the 14K, give or take, left in Dane is probably not going to be enough for Hong to erase this. I think you can also see, but 14K there plus potentially the 12K in Winnebago can certainly get her close. The problem she has then is that you're just seeing this trickle. You just watch this number. You've seen it, right? It's this trickle from the rest of the state is going to continue. So if she were to, get a big jump from Madison, a big one from Winnebago, and essentially wipe that out, I don't know if it would quite do that, but let's say it did. What just happened is going to keep happening, from around the state, which means she has to win this. Hong has to win this. And, I don't know. She lost the inner suburbs that do this central count thing. But the city is different than the suburbs. She's doing well, it would seem. We said it seems that her support is where there's population centers, even smaller ones. So here's the big one of the big ones. Well, biggest city in the state. So to update you, we think there are 109,000 votes left statewide. And now Adam, our system is still saying 34,000 in Milwaukee.
Yeah, I think 28 was our estimate earlier. I think it could be above that. I think it could be that number, but you go to their county website, they have one place that has yet to report their ballot, and it's Milwaukee. So
okay, so I
would have to go with what they say.
It may be 34,000. It may be 34,000 in this update. I'm just trying to make I do want to make sure that would change the math if it was 28,000 central count and 6,000 non.
Yep.
That 6,000 non, I think, has a good chance of being Hong. So that's why I just and this has ticked down to 108. And that Crowley lead sits at 3,400, 0.5%. What else can we say while we wait? Have a sip of water.
Reasonable.
Boy, we've done this 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah, the suspense on both of these has been great. And I think to the polling question too, I think there was a lot of thinking about what happened with the polls last week that led to a closer race than possible, or than it seemed due to the polling results. This is another one where it seems margin-wise a big miss, but as you've been talking about, so much changed in the past 3 days, 5 days, 7 days of this race, where, the most recent poll I saw, wasn't yesterday. It was a couple of weeks ago. And so I think, there's reason to think that, again, a lot of things changed in the final week of this election.
It reminds me, we'll see. I'm not trying to say this is, for all we know, we're gonna have this big moment, and they're gonna reveal the Hong the number in Milwaukee Central count, and Hong's gonna win it, and she's gonna have that. She's gonna have Dane, and she's gonna have that Dane and Winnebago, and suddenly she's gonna win this primary. That could happen. If she doesn't, I had the thought. The thing that I was thinking of this week was the Democratic primaries in 2020 when Sanders won, Nevada, New Hampshire, kind of won. He got the most votes in Iowa, and there was that moment when it was like, oh, he's going to be the Democratic nominee. And you saw people in the Democratic Party start to make their peace with it, but you also saw this like similar thing, like we say, the establishment reacted to the realization that Hong seemed to be on the cusp of this with like, we got to stop her. And you saw that reaction to Sanders in that like week in 2020. And the thing I was thinking is, I remember there was a controversy that week being in South Carolina where he was asked something about Castro. And like, it was basically disavow Castro, and he was like, he wouldn't give he gave an answer that was like, I think it had the effect of making Democrats say, oh gosh, if we nominate him, is this going to be what happens all fall? And I thought of that when I heard the Thanksgiving stuff with her. So I don't know, but that's one. I say this is the pundit-free zone. No more punditry for me. We got to say something. I'm supposed to give a presentation at 8:30 in the morning, 3 hours north of.
Good luck with that.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
I do wish we had live streams from Dane and Winnebago.
Tell me what you're seeing. Tell us what you're seeing.
And I don't have anything currently for you. I see
okay.
Election result graphics.
Shaq said 12:30. It's 12:06. Whew. How about Winnebago? Can we get Winnebago doesn't do central count, right? Oh, they do. Wait. Oh. Oshkosh does central count.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're still at 108,000. Boy, this does remind me of last week. I'm good. Sorry, I'm just typing a note here. Um, 34-32, 108,000 expected remaining vote, 1208, and our best estimate per the decision desk and correspondent Shaquille Brewster is 1230. I see. Okay, can you just tell us what the couple quick ones, the little ones, the word that just came in here? It's bouncing around a little bit.
We just got Bayfield 315 new votes, Crowley 116, Hong 113.
Yep.
And Calumet 3,466 new votes. Hong wins 1,371. Crowley 1,290.
So we're down to 104,000 votes. A third of it, a little bit less than a third of it, is just that Milwaukee.
Talking a little bit to the decision desk, they do think that the expected vote number currently in our system for Dane is a little too high. I think it's under 1,000 votes.
Wait, we think it's under, pardon me, we think it's under 1,000 votes?
Yes, because the Dane County website currently says 280 of 281 precincts reporting. So we're probably just waiting for one precinct.
Whoa. Oh, that's huge. I know I'm like asking the same thing 3 times, but it's so big. I just want to make sure I understand this.
Yeah.
We don't think there's 14,000 votes left in Dane. We think there's less than 1,000.
That's right.
That's wow. I mean, the Hong math. So this is so important to the Hong math. And the well may be dry for her in Dane County. Wow. So
the only precinct that I don't see as reported on the Dane County website is one precinct in Madison.
It's in Madison. Could be. Do you have the precinct results in front of you, or like?
Yeah.
Give us a sample of how many votes. Can you see like a really good precinct for her? How many raw votes? How many votes did she get versus him?
Yes. So, trying to find one. Yeah. So like here's Madison 72, and the precinct we're missing is Madison 74. Madison 72, she got 359 votes. He got 156 votes.
So 200.
Madison 73, she gets 658 votes. He gets 321 votes. Those are like some of the neighboring precincts.
So they do vary in size a little and turnout. Look, be super generous, 350 votes. You know, she may be able to knock from what's left in Dane County. Okay, she may be able to knock 350 votes off this total. That's it. A minute ago, we're sitting here thinking there's 14,000 votes left and she could take a big chunk of this. Okay, no longer. Now we're saying that maybe she's able to take what is currently a 33-81 deficit, and like best case, she knocks that down to 3,000 flat with what's left in Dane. Okay. 12,000 in Winnebago.
It does look like the Milwaukee city votes have arrived at the county location.
Are you back watching the video?
I'm watching the video.
So describe it, narrate it. What's going on?
There's a woman at a desk doing some paperwork.
Well, how do you see the votes coming in? Where do you...
They'll put them. I'm sure they're doing the paperwork to the machine. The reporter at VoteBeat estimates another 25 minutes.
I like Shaq's estimate better. That takes us to 12.
That's the best I got for you. I will let you know if I see a memory stick or something interesting that lets us know that we're close.
Okay, so if what's left in Dane were to knock this down to now. Did we just get another update?
Yeah, we got 2,200 votes out of Chippewa.
Yeah.
Hong gets 942. Crowley gets 724.
Okay. Once again, completely defying my expectations. A solid Crowley County. She actually nets a little bit there. So, okay, but again, we were thinking there's like 14,000 votes left in Dane. Doesn't look like there are. Looks like there might be 1,000 at best. If Hong were to net 350 out of it right now, that she could knock this down to 2,800. Big outstanding source of votes in Winnebago. Again, if it kind of mimics Brown, well, what do we think is left in Winnebago? We think 12,000 votes are left there. If she won it by 20 points, I'm just spitballing, 20. Yeah, that's a big source for her. She needs something big out of Winnebago. But it also, in a way, if she wins, if she were to win that Milwaukee, I mean, again, that Milwaukee vote, if she wins it big, a 10-point win in a batch of 34,000 votes is 3,400 votes. She's down 3166. We say she's not going to get much more out of Dane. She could take another bite out of that with Winnebago. I do think as the other counties continue to fill in, as we've seen, it would then tick back up. But yeah, she could, win the Milwaukee Central count vote by 10 points. If Hong beats Crowley by 10 points, and if it is 34,000, I think we're not quite sure, but I think if it is 34,000, she could net 3,400 with that. So, if she wins it by 15, 5,000, a little bit more than 5,000. But I think she needs to see something like that. She needs to see something like that, some kind of double-digit win, I think, with this Milwaukee Central count, because it's not coming from Dane for her anymore. She could make a dent from Winnebago. But I'm not sure what's happening. I'm kind of assuming that it's going to line up with the other Bow counties, and that it's going to be like Brown County, where it kind of comes in. There was a late kind of push for her from Oshkosh, but maybe not. And outside of that, as we tick down to 102,000 left statewide.
The woman that was doing paperwork at the table has left the table and went to the other room. That's promising to me.
Is there only one person in this room, or is this like?
There's press and other auxiliary.
Everybody's
officials.
watching one woman at a table?
Yes.
Where are you watching this, by the way? Not that I want people switching away from the
58 News Milwaukee.
Okay, tell me how are we getting this when it comes out? Do they make a public declaration? Do they?
We get it the same way we've gotten all the other results. Is they'll upload it into the system and it'll be distributed out to clients.
Does like our reporter find out first and tell us, or?
If they do, I will let you know. But the best I know is that it'll hit the system.
We've had Wisconsin elections come down to this before. I feel like the 2018 governor's race did. Does that sound right? Scott Walker got beat by Evers, I think, on Central count in Milwaukee.
I do feel like I've watched this process play out a couple of times.
Yeah.
At this point. Yeah.
I think I've asked you the same questions a couple of times too, and you're very polite to continue answering them.
No, it's fun to watch it with you. We just got another Burnett County update.
Yeah.
773 votes. Crowley 291. Hong 256.
Which takes us. Whoa! Did we get more than that, or they just dialed back our expected? Oh, I think that we're now at 92,000 remaining. So I think we just dialed back our expected a little.
Yeah, it looks like they took away or they made that adjustment
Dane.
For the Dane vote.
Oh, it is. Yep, you're right. Yeah. We 3468. Yeah, I mean, so now that Milwaukee vote is well over a third.
And we just got another update from Dane, 500 votes. Hong 271, Crowley 166.
So she nets 95 votes. Out of what? Is that it for Dane? Is that the last thing for Dane? Is that the last precinct?
Their website now says 100% of precincts reporting.
Jeez. Yeah, now our that takes us down to 89,000 statewide. And that in our Milwaukee, again, these are moving targets. Milwaukee 32. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
I think you've asked them before, but can you ask them, do they think that 32 is all? They must. At this point, the whole, yeah, of course it is, because they're all, everybody's at this one building. Yeah, believe it or not, the outside of Milwaukee, I mean, so right,
Yeah, Shack Flags from Charles Benson, one of our NBC affiliate reporters. Thumb drives have arrived at the central count. We should have numbers on the 27,000 early absentee ballots in the next 30 minutes.
27,000.
Yes.
So can we ask our decision desk? We're hearing 27,000. Where's the 32?
I'll get clarity, but as you saw with that, Dane, I think because the vote has gone up so much throughout the night, as you saw with that Dane update, they were aggressive with how many potentially might be coming, and it appears that Dane vote is now exhausted. But I will get an update from Milwaukee.
Please. Okay, thank you. Because I mean, that's our reporter telling us 27,000, and we had heard 28, and it matters from the standpoint that, like, look, if it's 27,000, and the math, 27,000. If Hong wins it by 10, she nets 2,700 votes, right? Which is short. 32,000. If she wins it by 10, she nets 3,200, 1,700 votes, 17 votes higher than that. It just, every vote obviously matters here in this situation. But she's clearly going to have to win it big. She's just going to have to win that batch big. Whatever its exact size, because then you say we're waiting on Milwaukee and Oshkosh, Winnebago County, make up more than half of the remaining vote.
Just got an update in Shawano County. 1,569 votes. Crowley 676. Hong 519.
Yep. And so it just ticks up a little bit. Ooh. It just ticks up a little bit. See, that's the thing. He gets outside of Milwaukee and Winnebago, we think maybe 3,600 votes left.
Our decision desk thinks 28,000.
28,000. 28,000. Okay. So do we think this 32 is going to tick down?
I don't know if we have control over that number.
Okay.
So
I see.
Just
because
keep track of that number for our audience.
That 86 may even be more like 82.
Yeah.
28,000 Milwaukee, 12,000 Winnebago. Greene County Greene County has 3,600. It has more outstanding votes as the 3,600 outstanding. I mean, that's running big for Crowley. And yeah, there is still some in Outagamie, maybe about 3,000 votes right there. So I think I think Hong will net some out of that. But then there may be a little bit out of Eau Claire still. But then for every place like that, there's Manitowoc County where Crowley is leading by 20 points, 15 precincts left. Monroe County, Crowley is leading by 9. Still a couple dozen precincts left. Small. Columbia, Crowley by 15. Still, so just a lot. I just see a lot of those. Well, Columbia is a little bit bigger relative to this, but you see a lot of places where this Crowley thing can tick up, and now Hong has to get a big batch somewhere, and that's going to have to be Milwaukee. Do we have anything going on at this? What are we actually Milwaukee? Was it Wisconsin 58, Milwaukee 58? What are we?
I've unfortunately lost eyes on on the rooms, but
the rooms.
But we did just get an update from Monroe County. 593 new votes. It looks like Crowley nets about 30.
Yeah, so he's
All right, so Grok is saying roughly 27,000 to 38,000 votes remaining in Milwaukee right now. About 28,000, some people are saying. They're doing a quick calculation. Grok's doing a quick calculation. About 28,000 city of Milwaukee absentee ballots still processing right now. So that's enough. There's a chunk of votes out there where if Francesca gets, you don't know. But she could do it still, but I don't know. But so that's, oh shit, I wanted to ask Grok where we lost it. Down here. Yeah. So good estimate. Well, 28 to 38 range. So it's a big number because it's a little bit nebulous. Anyway, so that's about it. So there's some votes still out there. 27 to 38,000 votes remain in Milwaukee County. Most sources are pointing to about 28,000 city of Milwaukee absentees as the bulk of what's still outstanding when reporting hit 80%, which we're at right now still. Let's look. Milwaukee reporting at 80%. So according to that reporting, there could be 27 to 38,000 votes just in this Milwaukee thing. So let's call all this other stuff a wash, which I think it could kind of be. I don't think she's going to, maybe she'll gain a little, but now she's down to 2994, just under 3,000 votes she needs to get back to zero, right? So now 2679, she's gaining. Some reporting is coming in. Look, her number's going down. Those little ones are coming in. 2679 she's at. So if she hits it big in these votes that are going to come in Milwaukee, that final 27 to 38,000 votes still coming out of Milwaukee. That's a good, that 20% of Milwaukee is a good chunk. Very dramatic, isn't it? It could work for her. Imagine being on her team right now. And on Crowley's team. Crowley's team is going, how in the hell do you do that? Crazy. You have to thank the governor for that. Totally have to thank Governor Evers. I hate to give the guy credit, but he pulled Crowley out from under the woodwork, dusted him off, stomped around with him, and right now he's beating her. That is crazy for a candidate who dropped out. Was that the rope-a-dope? Did he do the rope-a-dope or what? That is crazy. And the guy looks like Urkel. I'm not shitting you. Look at Crowley. He's like Urkel. It's like a grown-up Urkel.
Depending on when these come in, if it's before or after Milwaukee, as I said, if Manitowoc gave us, you could see, look how right? Like at some point we're getting more of this, and that's going to be good for Crowley. At some point we're getting more of this, and I think it's going to be good for Crowley. So you certainly see the places on the map still where that number can go up. It looks like there's still vote to come in Eau Claire, where we saw she put up a huge number the last time we got an update. It looks like actually, I think there might still be some vote. Yeah, there's still vote. So look, okay, Eau Claire, Portage, Winnebago, Outagamie, Portage 17, Eau Claire 18, that's 35, Outagamie 25, that's 60. So between those four that I just circled, that's about 10,000 total votes that are left that to some degree I think could go Hong's way. Right, and then what else here? Oh shoot, I just pressed this. Bayfield has, she's up, yeah, she's leading in, slightly leading in Bayfield, but there's 1,000 votes left there. There are still maybe 1,100 left in Racine, which is one of Crowley's best places tonight. Yeah, 70,000, and again, it's 70,000. Sorry, it's 70,000, and it may be less than that. So I think one of these might be over by about 4,000 or so. So we really may be in the mid 60s here. That's half. We're at the point now where we can say, I think half of what's left really is Milwaukee. A little bit less, but right around there. Anything on this? I think we're now at the time that our friend.
We are indeed. Yeah,
It's coming.
I'm refreshing the Milwaukee County website fairly often at this point, and obviously monitoring our election feed.
Hey,
nothing new in live pictures, but yeah.
I feel like I've seen this before. Hang on. Hold on. View Central. Oh, you're on the View Central Count processing. I think I just found it.
Great.
Yes.
Live stream or
I don't know what I'm looking at.
the check boxes?
What is Central Count? Yeah, I know. Overall. Oh, I think I see what this is. Why the expected vote. It said they issued 33,276 absentee ballots, but returned was 26. So Milwaukee had 26,000. Oh no, that's in-person absentee. I see. 15,000 of this is going to be vote by mail. 15,000 and change. 10,000 and change is going to be in-person absentee early. So that's an important thing here. A little bit more than half of the vote that we're looking at here is at least potentially from that July period when this race was in flux. Because it's that vote by mail. A lot of it is in-person absentee. Less than half, but fair amount. Okay. What am I looking at here? City of Milwaukee. And is this video showing anything?
Yes, my friends at 58 News have now posted just a shot of the board that they have, which is the same board that you find on the Milwaukee County website, which showing which municipalities have reported their central vote and which have not. And City of Milwaukee is the only one with without a check mark.
Oh my goodness. I got the spring election results up. I don't need that. 28,000 votes. City of Milwaukee. How's it going to break? Right? 28,000. If it broke for Hong by 10 points, would basically make this a tie statewide. 28,000. If it, broke for Hong by 5, she'd be down 1,400 votes. Facing if it breaks for Crowley by 10, this thing is then close to 6,000. And you don't see how I don't see how Hong could. I think Crowley just gained a vote somewhere. He just gained 30 or 45 votes somewhere. I don't want to distract you from waiting on Milwaukee. Don't let me. Or I'll just waiting on Milwaukee. Where else could Milwaukee? Like I'm going to just suddenly find it, but. Oh, I just found the thing you showed me with the list of everything with the check marks.
Yeah, and Hong just gave a speech, and I think
she did.
Yeah, probably. I think she thanked her supporter. I don't have a readout exactly.
Okay.
But, she didn't
Heck of a time to give the speech.
Yeah. Maybe she has a speech at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
How am I going to do this?
I don't know. We could still get a car for you if you need it.
I get sleep. I can't. All right. Everybody nobody cares about my sleeping. We're going for. You guys are staying up. I'm not complaining. You guys work tomorrow too. If you're watching this, this is great. I'm glad we got to stay up and do this. This is like, these are fun nights. Don't know what to expect. I mean, this whole from that first update, right? Was it Jefferson County is the first thing we got, right? We got like 3 updates in about a 5-minute succession there. And right away I was like, I was so hesitant to say it at first because we just didn't, but it was like, yeah, he's definitely made this a game. And then, yeah, he's just all night, but for about 3 minutes there, Hong has trailed, but been right there. And an emphatic number in the city of Milwaukee could put her ahead. Gosh. Come on, Milwaukee.
I thought they were going to beat that 2 a.m. mark or 4 a.m. mark that they normally have reported out in the past.
Who was the guy? It was the guy you quoted who said half an hour, which would have been midnight.
I don't remember.
Yeah. Can you ask?
Everybody's
Shaq,
trying their best.
Can you ask Shaq from this point how long he thinks it would be?
Shaq's working on filing his story. He's got other things to worry about.
Oh my goodness. This is going to answer a lot of questions. We just need the number. Sometimes when I do this, it works. Yeah.
Yeah, somebody in the chat was asking again about the recount rules, and we did mention it earlier.
Inside of 1%.
Inside of 1%.
By candidate request, right?
Exactly.
So,
yeah. So there's no nothing automatic triggered, but this could live on if it's close enough.
Yeah, and if Crowley were to win this update
under
substantially,
0.25,
he could get this up to a point.
So
it's 4/10 right now. If he were to win this thing by
To clarify this, knucklehead, go look on my X. I was looking right at the website. It's under 0.25. And there's no fee. It used to be 0.5 for a free one. That was changed back in 2011 after Prosser, because that wanted to end up being the state had to pay for it because it was about 0.47. So it was under the current, back then in 2011, it was 0.5. Now it's 0.25. 0.25 or under, there's going to be no fee. At where he's at 1 point, and I just tweeted it out right from the website. You can go look on my website. Currently, there's no explanation of the fee because they haven't done it in 2 decades. So what they do is they send out a form to all the clerks, fill in this form and give us your estimates of costs. Then that form has to get sent back by a certain date. And then they add them, all the 72 counties up, and they estimate the cost. And then they tell the candidate that's going to cost you $1 million for this recount. And then the candidate goes, oh, just kidding. Right? Or they have a big donor. But they don't have time for a recount. And looks like she already conceded by coming out and doing a speech saying we changed history here. So that sounds like a concession speech. And 292 to 295. And so she's still within the range, 39.6 to 40, so that's 0.4. So she could still do a recount. But I think she's going to be a team player. We'll see. Tomorrow is their unity. Tomorrow they're having a unity march in Madison, then Racine, then Milwaukee. Unity gatherings for the Democrat Party, because they're determined that their story is whoever wins, they're all going to get behind to make sure they beat Tiffany. So that's the Democrat story. And so far, they're getting, look at all these people they turned out. That's like 600,000, 650. They're going on 700,000 people. And what did he say? They have a count of how many people. So 7 Republicans are up to 450, under 5. So that's quite a difference. Say, let's give them credit, 500,000 to 700,000. 200,000 voter difference between the Democrats and the Republicans. It's a lot of people. So could that be a difference in the primary, where there's just a lot more Democrats that come out? For David Crowley, the black guy, crazy, who's a terrible Milwaukee administrator. It's crazy. The guy's a dipshit. He's terrible. It's just crazy how this guy could end up being your governor. Because the other Republicans let fucking Tony Evers in there. The ones that are all gone now. We don't even want to say their names. It's crazy. Once they get control. And this whole machine, the voting machine in Wisconsin, is basically run by Democrats. So, and especially Milwaukee. Now, Milwaukee is still at 80%. So we're getting a little dramatic, but I wonder why Francesca came out now. We got to find her. Here, let me turn these guys back on, and I'm going to find her speech.
Gave Crowley another 13 net or something. It
Yep.
looked like, yeah, okay. Which tick, tick, tick. We go down a little bit. Oh my gosh. Did Connecticut 1 get called?
Yes.
John Larson lost.
Correct.
So that also happened tonight. First congressional district in Connecticut. We have another incumbent, long-serving incumbent, going down to defeat Democrat John Larson. We saw the Minnesota Democratic Senate primary result. South Carolina, we earlier tonight we had it'll be Darlene Graham and it'll be Ralph Norman in a runoff that will probably take place about the time Milwaukee's vote comes in. And while we're waiting on this, we can say we'll be back next Tuesday for Florida. And I don't want to, I told everybody here last week, I said, thank you, everybody, for staying this late. And we don't worry, next week will be a breeze compared to this.
Yeah.
I'm a dirty, dirty liar. But I'm going to say it again. They count the votes efficiently in Florida. I think it's going to be okay.
I'm excited for next week. It doesn't look like there's we'll see. It doesn't look like there's a bunch of competitive races in Wyoming, but I did spend my summer vacation in Wyoming, so I feel like I feel like I have some.
You had to shoehorn that one in. It's
yeah.
Humble brag about your.
No. I mean, it's just it's one I was excited for because I'm like, oh, I have a little bit of color now since I spent some time in the area. Did you when you? I know you talked about this last week, but you spent some time on the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Did you stretch into Wisconsin and
yes.
your trip in this area?
Yes, absolutely. The best way to fly back from, we just got to update from somewhere?
Wapaka again.
Okay.
Crowley 277, Hong 217.
Yeah, another 60 for him. Best way to drive back from Marquette, if you're trying to fly somewhere, is to go to the Green Bay Airport. And it's great because the drive is like 3 hours, but it's really only 2 because you pick up the hour at the time zone.
Somebody is asking if you have a favorite dinosaur. That's their prompt.
Favorite dinosaur?
Yeah.
I was never into dinosaurs. No. Why would they ask that?
I think they're trying to help us out.
Oh, okay. Keep them coming. I'm sorry. Keep them coming. Yeah, keep them coming. What can we had Danny Ford the second tonight, and
yes.
What a discovery that was.
Yes.
I had no idea that guy was running. That would be like if Barry Alvarez's kid was running in Wisconsin.
There does seem to be a long line of football coaches or sports coaches, either themselves or their kids, running in some of these races in the past few years.
Yeah. Oh, it's an old tradition. It was Tom Osborne.
I was thinking about Tarkanian.
Danny Tarkanian. Yeah.
I was thinking about Tuberville, obviously. In Georgia.
Yeah.
We've had a couple of.
You know who the lieutenant governor of Ohio is right now?
I don't.
That would be 2002 national championship winning Ohio State coach Jim Tressel.
It's a good one.
The sweater vest.
We covered the Texas primary earlier this cycle. Mark Teixeira is the Republican nominee. He's a baseball player.
That's right.
Former baseball player.
That's right. What other?
We just got an update from Burnett County. 500 new votes. Crowley 195. Hong 148.
So he's got it close to 3,000. We are sitting on 59,000 remaining votes. I mean, we're basically looking at this. Milwaukee comes in 31. Someone somewhat substantial just came in from, what was it?
Buffalo.
Okay.
878 votes. Yeah. Crowley 395. Hong 265.
Yeah, I mean, that's that thing. That's that thing we've been saying all night. It just like there's a breadth to it in these sort of smaller counties here where Crowley is able to just, 150 votes here, 60 votes there, 80 here. And it does in a race like this, it adds up. And again, why this Milwaukee update has got to, if you're Hong, has got to wipe that all out. It's got to wipe that all out, I think. Once that Milwaukee is in, you're left with Winnebago being about 4,000 votes left, where again, I suspect she'll do well, but it's a little unclear because there's just this, she does better in those population centers than the outlying parts of these counties. Greene, where he's doing well, Monroe, where he's doing well, Eau Claire, where she's doing well. And once you get, that's it. I mean, 54, 26, 22, 28. Yeah, once you get through there, we're down to the bare bones. So 1254 and Milwaukee is still not any sign of any.
They're giving an update right now, and I'm trying to understand what's happening.
Oh, well, listen, yeah.
We just got a Sheboygan update.
Mm-hmm. For Crowley, I can see. Which knocks us down to 56. Are they still giving the update?
Yeah, right. And I'm just reading the closed captioning, and so I don't have the fullest grasp of this. But it appears there were some irregularities in the reporting process. So I think they have to go back to the city location and do some work there, and then potentially kind of restart that process. That's what I'm gathering from the city right now, or from the county update.
Really? That's So we're back to square one on this.
Potentially, and she's going through the. I'm just trying to read the closed captioning.
Yeah. No. I'm sorry. I don't mean to. I did, but that just seems like a very significant thing.
Yeah, they have to restart that process. So they have to go back to the city location, I think re-grab the memory sticks or go through that vote process again and then bring it back to the county.
Are we talking hours?
At least the drive back, whatever they have to do, and the drive back. It would feel that way given, we got the 30-minute watch process started at 11 and it's now 1 a.m.
Well, there's no traffic at this hour. I guess that's good.
Yes. I was
Are you serious?
Yeah.
They have to. God, what were they? Okay. Well, what are we thinking here?
I guess the exact thing, yes, is if 5 of the USB sticks were missing results from the election, so then they have to go try to re-grab them. Yeah, and they're all the folks behind the scenes are talking about this as well, so we can also look. It's unfortunate.
The folks behind the scenes here, you're saying?
Yes.
Are how do I ask this artfully? Okay. Do we still have an audience?
Yeah, there's still a bunch of people tuned in. Everybody, okay. I think everybody was very eager for what we were teeing up.
I was eager for it.
I don't know if people want to go to sleep now, but yeah, it's a blow for getting results in a timely manner.
Oh. Okay. Well. So we're doing this transparently. This is the thing. I'm supposed to.
Yeah, you also
be on
need physical drive time.
3 hours from here at 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
I sent them an email a minute when I was standing here, seeing if they wrote back, asking if they can push it to later in the morning.
Oh,
I don't know that
they went to sleep hours ago.
I believe they did.
Yes.
Because this is the 3rd day of their conference, and they've been very good to me, and they've planned around this, but yeah. Here's the thing. Yeah. Here's let's look at it this way. We're kind of indefinitely waiting for them to get their act together here and get the sticks and bring them back and go on. And we've got folks here who are working real late, and I don't think we want to, keep them here to, this could go 90 minutes, and it's 90 minutes of me saying,
Yeah.
have you heard of any other athletes running for Congress? It's like I know we've come so far here. It's been 4 hours since polls closed. It's been an unbelievably interesting and an intense night here, and it really is coming down to this one giant, update in Milwaukee. But man, we waited 90 minutes for them. They did this whole procession, and then they find out there's nothing on the sticks. And yeah, so it's just my way of saying I'm just trying to say the audience here, so I'm not abruptly ending on them, just why we're doing this, because the audience has been with us for.
Okay, hold on. So what he's saying, I've been listening. What he's saying, there's nothing on the sticks. The memory sticks that supposedly they're transporting the data from point A to point B. I almost want to go. Go look at my Twitter feed, because there's a lot of good tweets in there, and people are talking about Milwaukee and this little. I said it's a ritual. A girl, Scarlett Johnson. It's like my second tweet down. Scarlett Johnson tweets, Milwaukee Central count driving, transporting voter data to a county reporting area. Anyone else think this is sus? Yes. And then what he's saying, they drove it over there, and then they get over there, and the data's not on the thumb drives, the sticks, whatever they're calling it. Wait, what? So now what? We have to drive back and go pick it up. See, and here's what I did. So when I saw her tweet, I quote tweeted it, and go look at here's what I quote tweeted. Now it looks like I'm going to be right again. I said, it's a ritual in Milwaukee, giving them, in reply to her tweet about this driving the data over, right? I quote tweeted, I said, it's a ritual in Milwaukee. It gives them time to figure out who needs how many votes. 80% reported, ... smoke, smoke, smoke. Right? So exactly, this is what Milwaukee does. This is their thing. They're like they're going to decide who wins. This is where all the action's at Milwaukee. So he's right. Who knows how long. And usually what it does, it goes till 2 a.m. 2 is their magic number. Because what happens now, what he's trying to do, he's like, hey, well, we might have to just go, because who knows how. And now what happens? It's midnight. Everybody goes to bed. And then they wait. Okay, everyone's sleeping now? Yeah, all right, go. Boom. And then they do their drop. And boom, that's the winner. Because everything else kind of works out in the wash, all the smaller counties. She wins 100 here. He wins 100 there. She wins 100 here. But bottom line, she's down 3,000 right now. So this count, and here she might have given that speech. Here's why. Because even though these numbers haven't made it into the system, like I said in the beginning, if you have enough people on your team, you can go get the numbers as they're printing out of each ward, down to ward by ward by ward. You can go watch those numbers print out and write it down with your own piece of paper and pencil. And then you can call your team and go, I'm at ward number 1, and the numbers are Francesca 56 and Crowley 58. So teams that know what they're doing and have the manpower in place, they can have the people at these polling locations. When they pull the numbers, you can sit there and read that piece of paper, the tape that they print out of the machine. That's legal. So Francesca Hong very well, and Crowley, they could know the numbers, and Crowley could know the numbers and be calling Francesca Hong's team and going, hey, here's the numbers, you need to concede. So it's possible that behind the scenes, they know the numbers, even though they're not out to the public. And this is fact. This is not, those numbers are out there. You know what I mean? Right now, they're in the Milwaukee mystery data stick. What do they call these? Thumb drives. It's the thumb drive. He's calling it a stick, memory stick. I don't know, maybe it's an age group. Do people in certain age groups call them memory sticks and some people call them thumb drives? I don't know. But so that's where it is. And really, right there, Milwaukee's still 80% voting. And like, yeah, hey, I have to be somewhere at 6 in the morning tomorrow. Now, it's only a 15-minute drive, but I have to be up. I'll have to be up at like 5. Get showered, get ready, get there. That 5 would give me 45 minutes to get out the door. Crazy. Well, it's well doable, but I got to get up early, man. It's already fucking midnight. Come on. Milwaukee. But she could win. She could not win. This is close. But the thing is, though, she's down 3,056 votes. She'd have to get 3,057 to win by 1. And if she pulled 3,000 out of that Milwaukee drop, which some people are saying it's 25,000 to 38,000 ballots, let's just call it 25,000 on the low end. And that would mean she has to get 12,000 to split it, 12,500. If it's 25, 12,005 is half and half. And then she has to get another 3,056 to make it up. So she's got to get 15,056 out of that. That's a pretty big percentage that have to break for Hong. Now, what did these guys do? Did they cut their feed? Yep, that's it. They cut their feed. Wimps. All right, so they cut their fucking feed, which is fine. So let's see here. I don't have 2 hours of commentary either. I mean, I could. We've already gone over everything, though. The recount costs, how the recount works. They're within. That's the conversation they're having right now. Right now, Francesca Hong and her team are talking about the recount because they're at the 0.5. Now, that means they'd have to pay for it, and it's going to be a lot of money. It's like probably going to be $1 million. It was $500,000 back in 2011. It was over $500,000, over 550,000. So it's based on the costs. How it would work is if she wanted to ask them, yes, I'd like to pay for the recount. They'll send out a form from the WEC to all the clerks. They're going to fill it in, estimating the costs of everything, equipment, rooms, whatever they need. And whatever costs them, employees, because the counties don't take a loss on this when the people pay, the candidate pays. And it's going to be a lot. And then the numbers will come back and she'll go, no, I'm not going to do it because it's going to cost me $1 million. And at that point, she'd have to make up so many votes. You're not just going to find that many votes out there. And plus, it's all about unity, right? So she'll have to suck it up. And they fucked her over. The Democrat machine, like what's her name said, Wisconsin right now, Jessica. She said, which, where everybody's thinking about the machine. Just one thing this proves is how hard it is to beat the machine. That's true. I mean, because I was even blown away by that. I was saying it, remember? I'm like, hey, I was totally wrong. I had no clue that they would be able to pick up Crowley, who already quit, and a black guy, and get him, dust him off, bring him back out, and get him to win. That's crazy. That's machine politics, baby. I said it earlier on the stream. Go back. I said credit where credit is due. So, and I said that before Jessica McBride tweeted her tweet. So she was probably listening to me, and then goes, "Yeah, I'll say that on a tweet." Yeah. Just kidding, Jessica. I know you're listening. So anyway, what do we do? Do we do something? Is there something to do? Do I want to stay up longer? Crazy. Still at 80% reporting. And all the news right now, that there's nothing to read that's going to be pertinent, because all these numbers change everything. Tom Tiffany's team right now, they're like, holy shit, we were getting ready to run against Francesca Hong. Now we got to run against David Crowley. And I'll tell you what, he is not going to be easy to beat, because look at, basically they just had, this is something to take away. He just went over 300,000. She's at 296. Between them, they have 600,000 votes. And all their other candidates, 80, there's 100, that's 700,000, 750,000 Democrats to 450, 470 Republicans. 700, that's 300,000. 300,000, rough numbers, more Democrats came out today than Republicans to vote. 300,000 more. They're at like 700. They're at maybe 500. No, 750 to 550. So 200,000. It's a big difference. It's a lot. So I think people are going to be looking at those numbers and wondering how are they going to get the Republicans out. Now, give Tom Tiffany credit to his numbers. A lot of Republicans knew that he was the only one, or he did have this small opponent, Andy Mansky, but nobody thought he was going to get any votes to make it matter. So basically, Tiffany was on the ballot alone. So a lot of Republicans didn't worry about voting because they knew he was, and they just didn't want to play the game either. So do we stay up? She's like 4,000. No, she's 3,100 down, 3,100 down. 94% of the votes counted overall. 99% Milwaukee County. No, 80% Milwaukee. 80% only. So it's that one thing in Milwaukee. You know, we're going to call it. We're going to call the race because I do have to get up early. I already tweeted it out. I asked Grok, and I agree with Grok. It looks currently at the rate it's going, it looks like Crowley is going to win by 2,000 to 5,000 votes. 2,000 to 5,000 votes. So that's what Grok says. We'll see how close Grok is. I mean, it's possible she comes back to win, but I think the reason she did that little speech was because the behind-the-scenes numbers, they already know. But they're just not calling it yet. So thanks for watching.